All right. Today's Tuesday, April 7th. Welcome everyone. Pitkin County Planning and Zoning regular meeting. Present we have Doug, Joe, Suzanne, Debbie, and myself. Do we have anyone online? Any commissioners joining us? Okay. All right. Any comments from any commissioners before we get started? Nobody? Planning staff?
I do have a couple. I guess you're gonna continue the comp plan, but just Ellen and Hannah had asked if anyone has not yet submitted comments to try and get those to them by the end of the week, so they can bring back responses for our next packet. And then a question for you, well, just a reminder, April 21st, your next meetings are coming up, but the Phillips Mobile Home Park location and extent is on that date. So just, I don't know, Bonnie usually knows more than I do about who's not going to be around, but just wanting to make sure we have a quorum for that meeting, so let Bonnie know sooner rather than later, please, if you're not going to be available. And then on May 19th, the Raceway application will be in front of you, and everybody's wondering about that. We wanted to ask if you want to schedule a site visit the day of the hearing, which is May 19th. If we do that, we have to notice it and go through that, so we need to get at that before we put out the public notice. So just, if people are interested, willing, available, just trying to get a sense of if we want to put that on the books or not.
I'd be interested.
I think it's interesting, I agree.
Okay, so we'll pull it together, we'll notice it, as you know, and then whoever can make it, but we'll have it noticed, so. Great, and then this 4:30 start time, is this kind of working for everybody? Obviously you saw we have a little bit of quick shuffling, get the board out of here and you in here. Definitely that Raceway meeting, the board won't be done in time, so we'll probably end up moving the meeting to the library. So just sometimes if we have big items, we'll end up needing to try and get the library space to have a meeting room to accommodate, but just if we're good with 4:30, we'll continue to notice things for 4:30 start, and we just may have to change location sometimes.
Any place in the world with that.
Well, when we have meetings that aren't gonna have a room full of people, chances are we'll use the room next door with no windows. It's a little harder to get the library on a regular basis, we can't schedule it farther out. But for one-off meetings when we know we're gonna have a crew of people, we're not gonna try and stuff a group of people in next door, so we'll be aware of that.
Okay.
That's it.
Alright, great. Do we have any public comment that's not pertaining to the agenda this evening? I think everybody's here for a reason. Alright, well, our first item on the agenda is our resolution of the Pitkin County comp plan. Is this, we're just rescheduling this for?
Correct, it's just
future?
continuing the public hearing until May 12th.
So that's all we need to do is just continue the public hearing. All right. Continued.
Take a vote.
Oh,
We'll have to take a vote on the, to continue it.
all right,
Can we
well,
just vote it down?
we can vote to not continue it, or we can take just.
We do have Armory Lovins online, sorry, that is a member of the public that I skipped, so we'll have to come back after your vote.
Okay,
I would move that we move the public hearing to what,
May 12th.
May 12th on the 2050 vision plan for the next 25 years. Second.
second, so we have a motion from Joe and a second from Doug to move the comp plan resolution to May 12th, and I'll take a vote. Debbie? Suzanne?
Yes,
Yes. Yes, and I vote yes, so meeting is moved.
and then, I don't know if they go into the record or whatever, I've produced these two policies, one on the urban growth boundary and the other one on AI data centers and electric use.
I will share those with Ellen and Hannah.
Okay. All right. All our second item on the agenda.
Actually, Joe, if you could email those to us as well.
Oh,
Oh, you did, okay,
yeah,
we
I
just
did.
wanted to make sure, okay, perfect.
And I'm sorry, Zach, I'm gonna come back
Back
to,
to
we had a,
Avery?
yeah, I
Yep.
missed his hand,
So
sorry.
we'll open public comment,
Items not related.
Amory.
Amory?
Oh, thank you. You're asked today to endorse a nearly $1 billion airport redo, sized to carry 2/3 more airline flyers than we struggle to host now. There's implications.
I'm sorry, excuse me, I can't hear you.
Well, and actually, this should just be
Yeah.
items not on the agenda. If this is for the airport, we should wait
We
and
should
take the
move this-
public comment.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Amy, we're gonna move this public comment, and if that's all right with you, we're gonna go forward with our discussion on the resolution, and then we're gonna take public comment after.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so second item on the agenda, resolution finding the Aspen-Picking County Airport Modernization Program Location and Extent Review.
Hang on, that's, present first. Let me get to the beginning. I'll walk through generally the process, sort of summarize some of the findings, that are in your resolution. First of all, GR did submit his notice, or affidavit of public notice.
And Suzanne,
Yes.
I want this meeting to go on, and I want the public hearing to be opened, and to hear from everybody who's gone through a lot of trouble to get here. But as I read, preparing for this, it seems to me inappropriate for us to talk about something being in conformance with the 2012 Aspen Area Master Plan, Community Plan, when
We can't hear back here, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Okay, I was just gonna suggest, I want this public hearing to continue, but I am concerned about doing this when we are right on the verge of adopting a brand-new comprehensive plan that people have worked very hard on. And it seems to me that this ought to be in conformance with the new comprehensive plan. I don't wanna stop this hearing today, but, you know, we're, I think, jumping off the wrong bridge.
So our review is based on the adopted master plans, and so at this point, right, the comprehensive plan has not yet been adopted by you or approved by the BOCC. So what we have to review it under are the Aspen Area Community Plan from 2012, and then the Western Maroon Creek Master Plan from 2013. So comment taken, obviously.
Okay.
But that's where we're at in the process and where the project moving forward. The applications come in at this time, and those are the master plans that are applicable for the location and extent review.
I understand, and I do understand that all of the caucus areas have based their comments on the 2012 community plan. But I'm, just to mention to you all again, I may bring that up again at the end of today.
So I'll run through my slides. I'll try and be somewhat quick because I know GR and his extensive team have more slides for you. So again, I'm gonna let them go into the details, but I do wanna walk through process and just broadly, and I think obviously you got a fair amount of detail in my memo as well. So I think you're all familiar at this point with our location and extent review under code and statute. To determine whether the project is in conformance with the applicable county comprehensive plan or master plan. So we just spoke to that. There's the airport map. It shows you all of the pretty little colored pieces that make up the entirety of the airport property, but that's the best map we have that really shows the entirety of the airport. So we're here today to talk about the airport modernization project, which is 3 different projects really. The replacement of the runway and the airfield, the commercial terminal and landside improvements, and the fixed base operator east side, all of which involved replacement of facilities and substantial construction. So these are referred to throughout as the ASC AMP. There's several BOCC resolutions from the last number of years, starting in 2020, related to the common ground recommendations from the airport committee, and adopting the airport layout plan to move forward. Again, I think GR and his team may speak a little bit more in detail to that. I'll definitely let them delve into more of these details, but again, just by calling it 3 projects, obviously there's a lot of pieces and parts that make up the entirety of these 3 major projects for the county at the airport. And again, there's a lot more detail obviously in my memo, so I will be trying to be pretty brief as I walk through these, but just want to, on the record, kind of show you some of the findings that have come out of the memo I wrote. Again, Aspen Area Community Plan from 2012 spoke to the west of Castle Creek corridor area and had certain recommendations specific to that area, transition area between the city and the more rural areas, a lot of discussion of scenic impacts, definitely comments specific to air and ground transportation. All of those are captured in the Aspen Area Community Plan. What was referred to as the west of Castle Creek corridor then became the west of Maroon Creek Master Plan when that was subsequently adopted. Again, these are some of those specific policies that are spoken to in the AACP, and then kind of a summary of some of the responses to those. There was a concern about the airport shouldn't accommodate lodging uses. There are no lodging uses proposed on the airport. It's all air and ground transportation related uses. Spoke to having better linking between air and ground transportation, which is addressed in this project. New development would be within existing disturbed areas. Again, we're talking in this project about the east side development and replacing facilities in a similar location. None of this changes the separation of the airport with the open spaces that surround it, Cozy Point, Airport Ranch, Burlingame. And then there's speaks to the views of the natural environment from the Highway 82 corridor, that the project will maintain those. The proposed development has considered visual impacts along with obviously the need to run an airport out there. Again, more specifics in the AACP for transportation. The program speaks to prioritizing convenient and efficient ground transportation. There's a dedicated ground transportation center that's kind of front and center between the terminal and the highway to really better connect the traveling public and other options besides, if they want to need a rental car, they can get to one, but other options to get to other modes of transportation. And improves the connection between the BRT stops, which when the AACP was done in 2012, we didn't have an underpass. So a lot has changed, things that have been addressed, since that time. And the airport program would better enhance that connection to the underpass, trails to connect to town, as well as the BRT stops. So that's a quick run through of the AACP. And again, we took that work further in being more specific in the West of Maroon Creek Master Plan, or the WAMP, as it's commonly referred to, and got a lot more specific. So again, I'll kind of summarize some of those specifics, but again, there's a lot of detailed response in the memo. I guess going up here, this shows you the WAMP area was referred to as the airport activity node, is most of what we're talking about today. There is a piece in what is called the AABC activity node, which is the small piece over by the snow dump and adjacent to the animal shelter. That just shows you kind of the future land use map. And airport, as you can see, airport is also shown on that east side of Highway 82, where I just said by that snow dome area. We'll speak to that first. There were some very specific comments made in the WOMP about that 20-acre parcel. And again, the language that's there does reference, right, this is designated as airport on that future land use map, with the understanding it was acquired with airport funds or FAA funds, and that there could be future airport uses. The southern portion of that is within the UGB, so basically the area that's adjacent to the animal shelter, the microgrid facility that some of you all reviewed a couple of years ago that's now been built and adjacent to the snow dome. All of that area is within the UGB. And all that's proposed on this property is a stormwater quality and retention facility adjacent to Owl Creek, which is further down valley. But again, sort of a limited disturbance there. And then a temporary rental car facility is what they're looking at for the time when they won't be able to accommodate rental cars on the airport property during construction. It would be temporary and then would be returned to an open area once that was done. So, sorry, that's the only uses that are proposed at this time to occur on that 20-acre parcel. So again, there was finding that conformed with the recommendations of the WOMP. Under land use and transportation, again, recommendations spoke to the uses on the property and limiting to air and ground transportation uses. The south and north ends of the runway remain open and provide a visual break. Obviously, for the planes to take off, they're not proposing to put buildings and block those areas. We spoke about the ground transportation center, again, as being a critical part of the new terminal and the connection to transportation options and the underpass, alternative modes of transportation. And the WOMP spoke to a future transit shuttle that would provide a circuit between the ABC, Burlingame, loop through the airport, that there would be sort of a circle shuttle that could provide more transit in that area. That has not been planned at this point, but this plan for the airport would accommodate that if there was to be the opportunity to have that kind of a shuttle in the future. So the plan does accommodate for that. The WOMP provides a lot, as you saw in my memo, of guidance about scenic, providing a lot of very specific view planes that were looked at when the WOMP was created. Again, I'm not going to go through all of those for you, but sort of the short version is that structures, landforms, and landscaping are sited to avoid a tunnel effect along the highway, to maintain open views of the valley, hillsides, and mountains, and unobstructed views of specific features, including Mount Daly and Buttermilk. Existing views of ridgelines will be maintained. All new buildings are sited to comply with the 100-foot setback from Highway 82. Aircraft parking will also be outside of that 100-foot setback. Things that would be within there are parking and some other ancillary things, but no structures. That was the biggest piece about maintaining that 100-foot setback, is that there wouldn't be structures within that 100-foot setback of the highway. And then landscape berms and landscape materials will provide screening of structures, including the sound wall, and again, GR and crew can speak to that more specifically, where that will be located, but won't obstruct view planes or create a tunnel effect along the highway. So, I mean, I think summary, again, if you go through all of those view plane photos that are in the WOMP and that I put in the memo to try and respond, again, the development's occurring in the area where we already have airport facilities that will be replaced. And I think, again, finding conformance that, right, we're not trying to build a berm to hide everything. We're trying to look to do appropriate landscaping, that the buildings are set back. Yes, the terminal will be larger, but when you look at it from the various view planes, it doesn't seem to not conform to the various recommendations that are in the Western Marin Creek plan. So again, that's a really short summary of all that was in the memo. But with that, we've recommended that the project is in conformance with both the AACP and the Western Marin Creek Master Plan, and have a draft resolution in your packet, making findings really specific to that. Happy to answer any questions again. I know that was pretty broad brush, but with more detail in the memo and knowing that a lot more detail is, I think, to come from the team.
A question? Are we entitled to consider the Woody Creek Master Plan in our evaluation?
I included the information from the Woody Creek Master Plan when I read the language that says the applicable master plans. The way we've always reviewed that is based on the master plans that cover the area. So that's why we've limited it to the AACP and the Western Marine Plan, but I did include in the packet the pages from the Woody Creek Plan as well as Brush Creek that had some specific statements to the airport, but did not review those in terms of conformance for findings specific to the review.
But we can take those into account.
I mean, yes, there are definitely master plans in the county that speak to the airport. Again, the language in the code for location and extent is applicable, and again, we've used that to say applicable, that, you know, the master plans that are laid over, may not be the best description, but over the property that we're considering.
In the referral letters that we received from Brush Creek, Woody Creek, those were actually from those comments from those caucuses, not
Right.
what you generated.
No, what I attached was from their master plans.
I see.
And we did refer the application to all of the caucuses in the county, for comments, so, but then the specific language from those two master plans, those are the only two master plans that, you know, outside that have references to the airport, so I did include those as part of the packet. But the comments were specifically from Woody Creek themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Question? Well, I'm bringing the list to the presentation, please. GR.
Thank you. Give me a second, I'll pull up our slide deck. All right, there we go. Good evening, I'm GR Fielding, I'm with Jacobson Daniels. I'm the Airfield Program Manager overseeing the ASC Airport Modernization Program. I'm particularly overseeing the airfield, but since I am the one that drew the straw for location and extent, so I'm going to be walking through the slide deck. I've gotten to go through this project, this process a few times with some other projects over the years. I look forward to getting through this. A little bit of our agenda is we'll go through all the different program areas. As Suzanne teed up, we do have 3 different programs of projects that are coming forward. And this is the fixed-based operator, which is Atlantic's area, the terminal area, the commercial terminal, and also the airfield. So all of those projects, we're looking at things that are going to last from 2026 through 2030 from just a construction standpoint, but we're trying to make a generational impact for these projects to last. We'll go through some background in history, another high-level review of some of the WOMP, just kind of up front, what I pulled that's more programmatic. Then as we get into the airfield projects, these slides are meant to be a bit responsive to some of the cues out of the WOMP. And we'll go through the airfield, the commercial terminal, and then the east side FBO projects from Atlantic. So as I get to those portions, we'll have part of those design teams come up. But we do have folks from the airport joining, and we also have folks from the county in the room. We have our program management team, which is seated behind me. We have our airfield design team in attendance. We have our terminal design team and a number of people from the FBO as well. So all of the projects are pretty well represented. As we go through all of this, it'd be great if you actually stopped us and asked the question, because I do intend to move fairly quickly as Suzanne did, because I think we have 65 or so slides with another 20 behind the scenes in case, like, just to help answer questions if we need them. And I might ask the parking lot them because we might have a slide that speaks specifically towards that.
I might tell you already that I'm already relieved, because I thought you were gonna say we have some members of the FDI here.
Oh, one of the few federal agencies that we have not had to coordinate with. Just on this, this screen, we have had a very, very well-attended, robust public outreach process associated with this. I think down at the Hoffman at our last open house, we had around 170 people sign in as they came through our open house. So this has been out in the public through that, and we'll touch on that a little bit more here in a moment. So what are all the projects? The airfield project, you're gonna hear about relocation of the runway. It moves 80 feet to the west. It goes from 100 feet to 150 feet wide. All of the navigation equipment, all the electrical equipment that's associated with that needs to get moved. The de-ice pad gets reconstructed, and then the airfield is gonna be responsible for half of the commercial apron, and then the terminal project is working on the other half. The new commercial terminal is somewhere around the 130,000 square foot range right now, going through design. We're looking at new parking structures and a ground transportation center. And then what you'll see from the Atlantic folks is a lot of details on their new terminal building, their new hangar, and their GSC buildings, and all of that associated infrastructure. Sorry, the image here is a drone shot from one of the airport closures several years ago. When you hear us discuss the, sorry, I'm looking for my pointer, there it is. When you hear us discussing the west side, generally that is screen right of the runway. The east side is screen left. In the foregrounds, what you can see is the patio shelters at the FBO currently. In the background, you can see where the existing terminal and the new terminal would go. So we'll walk through all those different areas, but that's just kind of your orientation. Looking at it a different way, the terminal program that you're going to hear about is generally in that yellow bubble. The FBO is generally in the green bubble. The red is the airfield portion of the project, and then the lower bluish purple color is not something that we're bringing for location and extents today. That's a future program. Our program timeline right now, we're looking to start enabling work this year. That's going to allow a runway shift in 2027, when we're hoping that we can start the terminal construction and Atlantic can start its construction as well. As I mentioned earlier, this is multi-year construction, so in 2028 we would move on to the next set of projects, such as the de-ice pad, the taxiway, and commercial aprons. And while that's going on, the land side and terminal can continue to move, and then Atlantic's construction can continue. And then after we get past 2028, we're getting to a little bit of crystal ball territory, but we're anticipating that we're going to continue with the taxiway rehab, and our terminal will hopefully be getting commissioned in that time. And then 2030 and beyond, we'll be wrapping up all of those, and that would look like, you know, decommissioning and demoing the existing terminal, and the last pieces of whatever we have left in that program.
Just the airport's only gonna be closed next summer though, right? All this other construction goes on
Yes.
after it opens?
So this always gets fun. So this spring, there will be a short closure. That's kind of the last set of Band-Aid projects that are going to be happening. Then once that is done, we're going to look at starting our enabling projects. During those enabling projects, the airport will still be operating. 2027, sometime in the beginning of April, we will close. We will be able to then start moving the runway, and then we will be closed through November, when we can reopen the runway and reopen the airport. All the other construction that we show, we plan on having the airport operational during that.
I have a question and a comment. I had thought that this was the full location and extent review. And it seems to me that we should be seeing the full extent instead of piece by piece.
You are seeing a 5-year set of projects. Beyond that, we're really into kind of things that still need to be planned more extensively. We'll start looking at the airport layout plan. The only thing that's not here is our future expansion on the west side of the airport. I can't tell you when we think that's gonna happen today.
Show that to me again, that last slide, yes.
So
The west side
we're
of
here, we're here to discuss the green, the yellow, and the red. This west side taxiway and apron development and this piece, this is things that have started to go through federal process in the airport layout plan, but it's not in our current construction schedule, so we didn't bring that small piece.
And so, if the P and Z approved everything but and I know we're not looking at the west side taxiway, I know that's what you're saying, but that's gonna be a necessary part of the modernization.
I think eventually it will be, but again, I can't commit to any sort of timeline on the west side, so that's not in the package. That would have to go through a separate location and extent package.
That seems to me that if we can't be told what needs to be included, if we're not looking at the whole thing, then we're not looking at the whole thing, and we can't comment, and we can't approve.
I mean, I think what location and extent provides is, what we're addressing here is the things we know, the buildings, the structures, the facilities that are moving forward as part of the project that is, planned as of today. I mean, another scenario for this could have been doing separate location and extents for just the runway or, just the terminal, whatever. We obviously were like, we want to include as much as we know of the project as it exists today going forward in this one location and extent review. But could there be future projects? Nothing here is saying there can't be future projects. They will all have to go through a similar location and extent review and whatever other process. I mean, again, there's been a lot of other process, that didn't come to you all. We're looking at the specific structures and facilities that are proposed at this time. It's not to say that there won't be others in the future. And that's, I think, what GR is saying is the west side has not been planned to the point where we have enough information to come forward for location and extent at this time.
Is the future VOCC, can a future VOCC then come back and say to us, you did the rest of it, and you knew this might be coming up, and so now that you've done the rest of it, we really have to have this.
I'm not sure I have an answer. I'll look at Rod.
So the short answer is yes. I suppose that a future BOCC could ultimately make a decision to include development on the west side as a component of the airport modernization project. The more complicated answer is whatever you approve today, ultimately the Pickens County and the BOCC as a sponsor of the airport could or could not build, depending on all sorts of factors that could potentially take place. But ultimately, if this design component were to be included in either a future update to the ALP or ultimately a design put together for this, it would need to come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to make that happen. But if the P&Z were to grant and find this in conformance with the applicable master plan today, at least the red and green and yellow portions, those are the portions for which building permits could be issued. No building permits could be issued for this west side development without future action from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I just think it might be used against me in the future. You know, you shouldn't have done that because you knew this might come up. So, anyway.
I think you are reviewing the application that is in front of you for conformance with the master plans. That piece of it is not in front of you today.
There's a possibility that west side taxiway and apron development is not pursued.
Our intent, as has been iterated by Rye and Suzanne, is if we have a west side project, that'll come through the same sort of process.
The process seems to be limited to thinking about the buildings and the sightline for the buildings without taking into account the entirety of the commercial operations. Somewhere out there, there's supposed to be a noise study to set our benchmark for the airport, which I understand is part of our Part 150 process. We haven't seen that. If you can go back to that picture, I'm sorry. In reality, the noise footprint goes in a circle around here, but goes way out to the left over Wood Creek. And the FAA Part 150 noise program has ramifications for land use and zoning and everything we have to do here on this committee. So looking at just the buildings without looking at that tail off to the left is only giving us, I would say, less than half of what we need to know to deal with location and extent and impact upon the community and land use and zoning issues that we will have with us as a result of this development. I really want to know more about the noise study and what we're seeing in those monitors and formalize that in a Part 150 process and lock that down to our 55 decibel limit that we have in this county. Yes, the FAA uses a 65 by default, but if a local community has a lower noise standard, they can go with that. This is a huge impact on the community well beyond the airport.
When we look at the approvals in the past, in 2010, I know noise monitoring at Burlingame and Marine Creek Housing Project was required. Was that ever done? Look, I'm reading the approvals from 15 years ago.
And that was at 65, that wasn't at 55, but the county standard is 55. That was actually a taking from Burlingame, subjecting them to a louder environment than the rest of the county, in my opinion.
So we do have a few things on sounds that we can address, but it isn't necessarily in the Part 150 process context. All of those FAA processes that we have to go through, we're pursuing. We're working with the FAA very closely on everything. I don't know if either Dan or Diane has joined yet, but as far as the things that have been required in the past, I know that right now there is pretty extensive monitoring that does happen around the airport, and I haven't heard that we haven't complied with previous requirements, so I didn't prepare to necessarily answer those sorts of questions this evening.
Was that Dan Bartholomew?
Yes.
Yes, I just promoted him to panelist.
Dan is on. Dan is the former airport director. He's working, helping and pushing this project with us, and has a lot of the historical context in that. Dan, one of the questions that we received was regarding Part 150 process for noise with the FAA. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, I was. So the airport does not have a Part 150 to my knowledge. That's typically a study that is done if there is off-site impacts at the 65 DNL level or above. Then the FAA will allow for and pay for typically a Part 150 study. That is not the case at the Aspen Airport. at least hasn't been in the past. So technically, there's not a Part 150 study existing, or would there be a Part 150 study that would be eligible for federal FAA funding, if that helps?
I'm getting the picture slowly, but what is a Part 150?
Noise study.
Dan, do you want to take that?
Only refers
Sure.
to noise.
Yeah.
Sure. So a Part 150 study is a noise study that is performed. It falls under Federal Aviation Regulation Part 150, hence that's why it's called a Part 150 study. So it would evaluate noise levels and evaluate the land uses associated to those noise levels at the 65 DNL day-night level is what that stands for, decibel threshold or above. Certain noises are land uses are compatible with the 65 as set by the FAA, others are not. Therefore, a Part 150 study may determine whether something is eligible for funding for noise abatement purposes, for some other program items. To my knowledge, the 65 DNL contour, if you will, does not extend beyond airport property. Therefore, the FAA would not deem a FAR Part 150 study to be warranted in this case.
Does that,
I'm not sure. I'd like to see that on a map. I don't think that's.
Yes, we do have some, I believe there are some, and Diane could probably acquire those for you. We do have noise contours generated, I believe, annually for the airport by one of our consultants. I believe she could provide those to you.
what's a noise contour?
So a noise contour is very similar to an elevation contour, if you will. It's an area of equal noise level. So as you can imagine, the closer you are to the runway, the higher the concentration of noise. Therefore, you'll have a contour that may be at a 75 decibel level, and then outwards as you move away from that noise concentration, you'll see concentric rings of noise levels as they move away, and typically they lower the further away from the runway you get.
Yeah, what I've seen on maps are 65 extending all the way to WJ, and 65, it's my understanding, is the standard the FAA uses if a jurisdiction doesn't have noise limitations of their own codified.
Correct.
We've codified 55 in Pickton County. So in my opinion, we shouldn't be using 65.
Yeah, I think it's 65 during the day and 55 at night, but I'm sure Ryan knows off the top of his head.
Yep.
I think 55 is the standard, but I don't know about it when it drops down to it.
Yeah.
Yes, typically there's a 10 decibel penalty for nighttime operations, so I believe 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. However, it's important to keep in mind that the airport does have a mandatory curfew at night. Therefore, when calculating a DNL algorithm, there's a lot of zeros that go into that because there's a whole nighttime era of zero noise attributed to aircraft operations. Therefore, that shrinks the contour significantly because a DNL looks at a day-night or a 24-hour level. So that will adjust the size of any contour. You can't, for a Part 150 study, you can't just look at the hours that the airport is open. You have to look at a 24-hour window.
Well, I would point to RIDE for that, for a legal determination on the effect of the curfew. I've read conflicting things on that.
Yeah, I thought that 7 p.m. the tower closes, but you can still have operations after 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes, that's when that penalty kicks in is 7 p.m. 7 p.m. till the airport closes. At any other airport, it'd be 7 p.m. till 7 a.m. But because the tower closes, or I'm sorry, because the airport closes at 11 p.m., that's kind of the cutoff. Now, I'm talking FAA regulations, not municipal or county regulations. So there's probably a difference there. I'm just talking things that the FAA would identify for an FAR Part 150 study.
Yeah, typically that doesn't have a big effect on the curfew, because even if you look at something like Denver, the flights that are coming in after 11 p.m., there just aren't a lot of them compared to what's going on in the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
Mathematically, the effect of the curfew makes about a 1 decibel difference, less than 1 decibel difference in the DNL. But I feel like this is something directly impacting land use and zoning that we really need to know about before we can talk about location and extension.
I think I agree with you about that, and the same having to do with air quality. We'll get to that.
We need to decide if there's a section of this presentation that this noise and air quality where we could address that in a certain section of this presentation that's more pertinent. That would be my,
I think that would be the extent part,
right, yeah.
because we're talking about intensity.
So, I mean, we can figure out further down the presentation on what section of the presentation that this noise quality or sound decibel level is, where that's appropriate to address it. That would be my recommendation. Anybody else?
We can work while we go through this presentation on seeing if we can come up with some of the DNLs and that Dan has mentioned.
Okay.
Again, yeah, so I'll be honest, we put this presentation together in the context of looking at this versus the WOMP, because the WOMP and the AACP language is so similar. As Suzanne lined out, like you're swapping west of Castle Creek for west of Maroon and most of that. So we tried to really tailor it just to what was in that local guiding master plan, so. One of the reasons why we're here at this time is that we do have some work that we would like to start in 2026 that is highlighted on this map. We are going to get a little bit deeper into this map here in a few. I just wanted to answer the question of, at this point in design, I think a lot of times you all are used to seeing pretty polished products, but we're going through this as one of the most transparent design processes that I've seen. When I started putting together this presentation, I took a snapshot of all of our public touches for March, April, May, and June. This isn't a holistic list because even today we were talking about potentially adding something to this, but this is the idea. Out of the common ground recommendations that came from the visioning process, one of the recommendations was to stand up an airport advisory board, and part of their work and the task force's work that were named to help oversee this project were to look at this versus the 18-month public process that happened during that visioning process in 2019 and 2020. And so the point of this is just to really try to emphasize that we're trying to do this in as much light as we can. There are a number of different things, moving out of this that we'll be doing, and we'll be back in front of the public with the terminal designs. We'll be noticing all of the different construction that we'll need to do, all of those various pieces. We've been doing that for a long time. I wanted to take a step back though and talk a little bit about the history of this area. So the airport construction began in 1948. And then over the years, you really had all this iterative process to just catching up with the times. The initial runway was 5,200 feet by 60 feet. And then over those years, it got lengthened and widened. It was initially not built as a public facility, but in 1956, I think I put in your packet the snippet from the BOCC meeting minutes where Commissioner Sardi got the other two county commissioners to agree to make the airport a county facility at that time. The current terminal was opened in 1976. It has met its end of useful life today. The repairs that happen to it on an annual basis are, well beyond what normal capital maintenance program would see. The last major airport Master plan was adopted in 2012. That was updated through that visioning process. To review, the visioning process happened in 2019 and 2020. At the end of that, there was 14 specific bullets of recommendations called the Common Ground recommendations. There was a 15th bullet, and that represented all of those 14 bullets in a map form. What this recommendation did is it put into that county parlance of what the goals for the modernization program are. And so all of the design and all of the things that you're going to hear from the various design teams tonight are trying to look at all of these projects through that public process and all of those recommendations. This is not a federal document, so the next thing that happened is we went through airport layout plan process. This is basically that federal planning document that lets us move through that process with them to move these projects forward. That process started in 2022. That ALP was approved in 2024, and then that moved right into environmental clearances through the FAA in 2025. And so now I'll try to pull a little bit of the language out of that West of Maroon plan and just try to put it into context. So the image on the left you've seen already. The image on the right is a rendering of what the future airfield layout will look like. The airport remains an airport from a land use standpoint. There's not going to be a real change in land use. We're going to go from having one terminal to one terminal. The FBO will have one terminal. The look and feel of it remains largely the same. The other pieces of the major themes that Suzanne pulled out, there's going to be a couple of these slides that have walls of words at you. The intent is to not have you necessarily read all the words that are here. It's just different portions of the WOMP that we pulled to try to highlight. As Suzanne stated earlier, the WOMP discussed not having an airport hotel or motel on site, and so we're not looking at putting any sort of accommodations on site. All of those uses look the same. We'll pull a couple slides to talk specifically about transportation, and then when the terminal team is up, they can talk about their pieces. The scenic qualities, we have a few more renderings to take a look at. And I think the idea of this review against the WOMP, there's a lot of anticipation of this review in that document. And in fact, the land use I.1 like specifically calls out this L&E review. The preservation of open areas, as Suzanne touched on earlier, there's talk of two different things: the areas to the north and south of the runway, and I'll show you some renderings of that in a moment. And then also the 20-acre parcel. That's this area that's just east of Highway 82, and my internet's really slow, so what I'm watching with the pointer is not working. So the green area just below the airport was the original portion of the airport ranch. A lot of that has been adopted as open space. That remaining parcel is available for airport uses. There is some specific language on that 20 plus or minus acre parcel. And that does allow for future airport uses so long as it's called out in the ALP. So what you have on the right, upper right, is a snippet from the ALP that shows the area like immediately adjacent to the snow dump as being dedicated for future aeronautical development. One of the things that we are looking to use is that area for either a temporary rental car facility or for contractor staging, or both. during the course of the project. But the intent is to have that, fully revegetated and brought back to its existing condition. The other use that we are proposing is on the east of, or just to the south of Owl Creek, is to have a stormwater quality facility to facilitate stormwater quality. This will be needed if we can accommodate it on site. It's very hard to accommodate for stormwater quality on an airport because we're trying to dissuade birds from being there, because that's a major safety issue. So this image on the left shows approximate location. If we do need to use that area for stormwater quality, it'll look substantially similar to what it looks like today. It's really just about a different grading. The vegetation will look the same, and that grading would be lower than it is today, so it won't impact any view planes. That temporary use would be immediately adjacent to the battery energy storage system that was installed in 2024 and 25 for the AAVC microgrid. The areas to the north and south of the runway, the upper right hand is a view of the area just to the south of the runway. This area will look substantially similar to what it does today. We do have a couple utility lines that need to be relocated through this area. And then a portion of that section of bike trail will be relocated as well. But the bike trail will still be a bike trail, and that area will be revegetated to look the same as it does today.
So the north end is coming up roughly 10 feet?
Yeah.
As you go along the 82 headed east?
Exactly.
Or south. And so I assume that'll be a slope that comes from the end of, or from 82 up to the runway. There's not a vertical separation there at all or anything?
No, and yeah, so we're looking at about 9.5 feet for that north end of the runway to come up. That's done for safety purposes. It also helps us keep as much of the material generated on site.
So how much material is not going to be contained on site, roughly? Cubic yards. Do you have any idea? Does anybody have any idea at this point?
I can talk through some of the specific aspects of this. We're trying to accommodate all of the spoils from the project on the project.
Right.
And so on those two images on the bottom, one is a rendering of what it looks like today. The image on the right, the people who did the rendering actually added that blue outline to really highlight the difference in grading at the end of the projects, where that area to the north of the runway would remain a field, but it would be regraded to accommodate a lot of that material. Anticipating that is one of the questions, we made this whole slide to get an idea of what that would look like. And as we move forward in the presentation, you'll hear Casey from Kimley Horn talk about some of the nav aids, the navigational aids that the FAA has. So those are things like the big poles with lights on top of them. Those are called MALSIF. Those will get replaced, and they'll be a little bit higher in the air, so it should be a little bit less of impactful to drivers going up and down 82. But that's what this rendering was meant to portray, is that.
I think the probability is pretty low, but I'll ask the question. Is there any risk of any remnants from toxic waste from mining days on this particular property? I don't think there were any transportation corridors over here or anything with the railroad that would. But I don't know.
My understanding is that all of the rail corridor was on the other side of the river coming through here. There was a roadway that went through here. That's gonna be a little bit obnoxious. This is that corridor from sometime in the 1940s. I don't see anything in here that would have told me that there was a major mining operation here. It was a ranch. And there is some decent history documents put together for the ranch that we can get you if you're ever interested in reading up on it. But this was bought in the 40s with the intent that it would eventually become an airport. After World War II, there was a big push across the United States to build more airports, and this was one of them that was part of that. Again, another wall of words, and I apologize. Point being that there was a lot of ink in the Weston Maroon Plan about transportation. I had a very unique pleasure in my tenure as the county engineer and then also as the one of the asset directors for Pickens County for a number of years to build a lot of the projects that are in the WUMP. And so I can tell you from firsthand experience that a lot of those things have been completed. The underpass has been done. The connection to it, we were told to hold off to make a great connection between that and the airport, because the airport is about to go into construction in a few years through the 2012 master planning process. But here we are, and it's 2026. We'll go through a little bit more during the terminal portion of the presentation. But in your packet, there was some representation of a bit of what that terminal area will look like with the ground transportation center. That has evolved through design a bit. However, it looks pretty similar. And there will be a ground transportation center here, very close to State Highway 82 that can accommodate any sort of future transportation solutions that need to come through the corridor. The existing loop roads will be, the new configuration will be similar, where you have different transportation solutions using different areas, and those kind of transit connections will be much improved. There's also conversation in the Weston Maroon Plan about the State Highway 82 Access Control Plan. That's a IGA between CDOT, Pickens County, and the city of Aspen that tried to anticipate a lot of this back in the early 2010s and to determine where the next controlled intersections go and what happens to all the various intersections. This is something that is triggered through access permits with CDOT. And so as we go through the rest of our planning and the rest of our design work, we'll be sitting down with CDOT and walking through all of their criteria to see which portions of those things are going to be necessary or not in this area. You may be aware that across the street, the lumberyard is, they just got started in construction again. And so they'll be putting in 3 legs of that new light. And then we will determine at some date if we need to keep what is existing there with betterments, or if we will need to tie into the light. Landscaping, another one of the major themes, along with scenic qualities.
I'm sorry, is there any plan on tying in Buttermilk and Burlingame and that intersection and smoothing that out a bit?
That's a good question, and I am no longer one of the transportation planners in the Upper Valley, so I'm not necessarily able to answer that for you today. But from my understanding, one of the things that this rehash that the city is doing for the entrance to Aspen is looking at realigning Harmony Road and Elk Creek Road in some form or fashion. I don't think that that's going to be an easy project by any means, because it would have been better if it was in the original configuration next to the Maroon Creek Club, but that was a political decision a long time ago. This rendering that's on the screen is one of the small tweaks that we need to make for safety purposes to the airfield. You see a jet that's lining up towards the south end of the taxiway. That's supposed to represent the closest operation to State Highway 82. It looks very similar to what it looks like today. We're just enhancing the geometry there to actually come up to the FAA standards.
So on landscaping, do we have any idea of how much of the area out there is going to be hardscaped versus what it is today?
We're working on a lot of that because I think for portions of the project, we could tell you all of the square footages and other things are still evolving around the terminal and their landside program. That being said, the idea with the landscaping is that it's going to still look very similar to what it did.
More the landscaping, we talked about open space in the slide a couple of slides ago. There's the 20-acre parcel, there's all the various different parcels. How much of it is currently hardscaped with runways and taxiways and de-icing and all that stuff versus how much is gonna be covered at the end of the project? What's the incremental increase is what I'm asking for. We're talking about the Aspen Area Community Plan and all of those kind of things. That's my question.
I don't have that number tallied up for you today.
Do we have a percentage? Is it 50% bigger? Is it 20% bigger? Does anybody have any idea?
I don't know if we've tallied up the land side. Again, that design is evolving, and we'll get into a little bit of a deeper dive on that portion. And then also on the airfield, we can demonstrate, we know that, the runway is shifting 80 feet to the west.
And it's 50% wider.
And it is wider. The taxiway doesn't change. The new apron comes up to standard, so that, airplanes aren't being packed into the taxiway as they are today. So that's a little bit more, and then the de-ice pad does come up to standard, which is a bit more pavement. I'll tell you from that standpoint, usually the biggest implication of that is stormwater and dealing with runoff. We have taken a very hard look at that. We're working through all of the details, and that's one of the meetings I have later this week is with the planning engineer to go through all of the drainage plans and all of those implications. I can tell you, I don't think it's gonna be a huge impact there.
So it's all gonna be maintained on site or on the new spot on the
yes,
east side of the 82.
exactly.
What is the current, I see that the future terminal would be 130,000 to 140,000 square feet. What is the current size?
That's a great question. And we get into that a little bit more in a few slides. So can I parking lot that?
Of course.
Yes.
How big is that parking lot?
Well played. Before we get there though, we did talk a little bit about referral comments. We've been working, you've got comments from Picken County Environmental Health. I've been working with Kirk Dahl on all of his concerns here. We've passed them on to each of the project teams and they're working through them. Whether it's the blue water, which is the wastewater off of airplanes and how that's handled. All the construction management plans we're gonna have to develop for each one of our project packages. He discussed the general nature of the location and expense package, and I think we've already, spoken around that pretty extensively. He did call out, we are gonna look at having an on-site asphalt plant during the project, specifically in 2027. So that does go through an air quality permit with CDPHE. That'll be worked on with the contractor who will be operating it. So that's something that they look at. The trade-off that you have with having an on-site plant is that we would save somewhere in the tune of probably 5,000 to 6,000 truck trips on State Highway 82 by having that on site. It's something that's happened at the airport with previous projects before too, so there's some precedence there. To the point that we were just talking about, we'll work with environmental health and the planning engineer on all of the surface and groundwater impacts from the projects. Some of the other comments that we got was from Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District. One of the things that's keeping all of our teams very busy right now is all of our utility coordination, as you can imagine. And so we've already started working through all of their comments that they have made in the referral comments through the design process. Same with the planning engineer. He called out where he wants the specific earth moving permits, so we'll meet with him later this week and start walking through where each of those areas are. Same with the floodplain permits, the access permits, the drainage report that we just discussed, and all of the erosion control plans. The District Planning Commission from the Woody Creek Caucus did have a number of different comments and a lengthy letter that's in your packet. They were concerned with some of the existing flight paths and the future flight paths, increased aircraft size, their capabilities, and then also the number of people that could potentially come through the airport, more so than today. I think when we get to the terminal portion of the presentation, what you'll see though is that we have 8 gates today at the airport. Our day one plan is to have follow those common ground recommendations, which we're very sensitive to that, and we're going to be holding to around that number of gates. So we'll get into that here at the terminal portion of the presentation. Addressing, we can work with the GIS department on any of the addressing needs that we need to for all the various facilities that we have. City of Aspen Engineering wants to work with us on all of the water that gets delivered to site. Right now, our site is serviced by 2 different water service providers. One of those water service providers buys their water from the other. So we're working with them together to try to consolidate that and get a better system in place. They have a lot of requirements, and that we'll work through with them to be able to service all the new facilities. Colorado Division of Water Resources wants us to make sure that we work with surface water authorities having jurisdiction, ensuring compliance. And I'll tell you that a number of those previous bullets that I just discussed talk exactly to that.
I saw mention in a prior slide about ditches. Are those irrigation ditches that run through the property?
There are several irrigation ditches that run through the property. They're water rights, some of which are held by the county. We might have some, minor improvements to some of those areas, but we'll facilitate that water. A lot of it's tail ditch water that then gets back to Elk Creek and then gets into the Roaring Fork by that point.
I just wondered if we'd gotten any comments or solicited any comments from those ditches to the extent they're organized and maybe willing to comment.
So the airport is a member of several of those ditches. Ryan might be able to talk about this. His office deals with water a little bit more than us. I can tell you that I think it's tomorrow morning that we have a meeting with the Willow and Herrick Ditch Company. Their ditch, I believe, comes out of Maroon Creek all the way across the club, across Buttermilk, and then comes through the airport. So we'll be meeting with them tomorrow. Yeah.
Good, thank you.
So as much as we know about it, we're trying to be on top of it, because those are the things that can get us hung up. In a future slide, we are going to talk a little bit about what some of more of the views are. We have to modernize a lot of our weather equipment. I had some blank space on this slide, so we put what some of the modern weather equipment looks like. That looks substantially similar to a lot of the things that you see driving up and down 82 that CDOT owns. It's very similar type of equipment. This one's prescribed by the FAA, that's prescribed by CDOT, so. All right, so I promised that we'd get into a little bit more detail once we got to some of the more specifics on each one of the sets of programs. So with this, I'm gonna ask Casey to come up so you don't have to listen to me for a few minutes, and she's gonna walk through the airfield program, all of those various pieces, and I might interject a little bit for some color commentary, but.
All right, thank you for having me. Casey Adamson with Kimley Horn. I'm the Deputy Project Manager with the Runway Design Program. As GR mentioned, we have a whole list of enabling projects that we're trying to accomplish in 2026. And they include, we have Owl Creek that runs underneath the runway. And so we will have to extend that culvert approximately 400 feet. And so we're working on getting in line with the Army Corps of Engineers to get that permitted so that we can execute that piece of the enabling projects. Another piece of our enabling projects is to relocate a portion of Owl Creek Road and the trail that runs alongside it. On the west side, as you can imagine, if we're shifting a runway 80 feet and everything that goes along with it, we have to push over Owl Creek Road to incorporate what we call the teacup turnaround. That's the west side taxiway at the southwest end of the runway. So that we're bringing into standard for the Group 3 airport standards. And so with that design, we are keeping it in the right of way so that we do not impact the open space. But there are a lot of utilities that also run along Owl Creek Road. So that is also part of our enabling projects since.
Does the west side of the relocated Owl Creek Road require retainage? Or is there enough room on the end of the hillside?
It does, but we're gonna keep it on the airport.
How tall
So
is that retaining wall?
we're going through design right now. We have 2 sections. One is roughly about 9, another one is about roughly 7. That can change as we go through some of
Not
that
7 to 9
grading.
feet tall on the west side of Owl Creek Road.
No.
No,
No,
it's
I'm
going to
afraid-
be on the airfield. So we met with Andrew Knapp and with Gary with Parks.
Yeah, so we've worked really closely with Open Space and Trails and Public Works to go through the design iterations here. Initially, we did want to have some retaining on the west side of Owl Creek Road. I know in my time as the county engineer, and Andrew has the same opinion as I did, that's usually not something that we are all that supportive of, because then that's just another maintenance thing, or so something in the way of the plow's wing as it comes through. So we accommodated all of that inside the AOA fence on the airfield. So it'll be in between the area that's called the teacup and the bike trail. We have some graphics that show that a little bit here in a few.
Yeah, so taking it off the visibility line of the road and for the maintenance, keeping it within the airfield. So other things that we'll have to do in 2026 is also begin our staging areas for our projects. This is actually better. This actually is a better graphic to talk through those enabling projects. If I were to start at the left side, and I'll talk to it by color, that pink area is an area that we would like to have an early access, a temporary access off of 82 to get the construction off 82 quicker and into the project area.
Up valley only, access, yes.
Correct. We would not be crossing over. It would just be for a valley. You're right. And with the orange, you can barely make that out right next to the pink. That is an area that is part of our MALSIF equipment. So we'll be starting to put in some preliminary work for the utilities there in preparation of that 2027 work. Moving along to the purple, that will be.
Are there thoughts about constraining access times and hours during the day so as not to disrupt other traffic on 82?
So that's a good question. And disrupting traffic on 82 is the whole purpose of putting a construction access into that pink area. So what we'll be doing is pulling the workers for the airfield project, all the material delivery and all of those things out off of 82 before it gets to the choke point where the merge is a little bit further up valley.
But I'm thinking of requiring, say, deliveries of semi-loads of structural steel in by 6 AM, say. So you're not in with the rest of traffic, so that the construction hours are different than the other hours on 82.
Understood. The thing about, especially things like structural steel or things that would be going to the terminal, We can work on some access plans that will pull them off again before we get to those choke points. But because we have such a tight space, and we are very, very limited on the amount of construction staging that we can do, I would want to push back a little bit on affecting hours of delivery, just because we have such a tight timeline to also build this, that constraining that type of use would make it much more difficult for the contractors to hit their timelines.
And speaking to that purple area, that would be, excuse me, the batch plant area that we would be looking to stage materials and on that west side. And then if I go back.
None of that Brandy Ranch property is probably historic, so that's all all that stuff is kind of
Well,
trash.
we stay out of it. If you can make out a little bit to the south part of that purple, that's Owl Creek right there. So where GR is moving that pointer, that's Owl Creek right there. And if you follow that a little bit up, then you're getting into more of that ranch property. So we are staying away from that ranch property for this project.
Yeah, we're gonna have a few areas that will kind of, where some of those structures still are, that we'll block off to make sure that they don't get affected.
I don't know if they're historic or not.
The other purple area, you'll see what the airport calls the boneyard, where they currently store a lot of their materials. Will be extending that back westward to make more space for staging. So as GR, is it down? Yep. So the picture to the right, you can kind of make out a little bit of a hill behind the stage. But it's just going to be lowered and flattened out for staging. That has been something that has been done in the past for previous projects. But would be restoring it after its use. That blue area is again incorporating part of the culvert extension that would be necessary with the runway shift for Owl Creek. And then any infrastructure that we could do within that 2026 timeframe. Then moving to the neighboring pink area, that gets into some, I have another graphic, but broadly that's the AOC parking area. I'll show you an exhibit. Is that immediately? There we go. So this is just a quick exhibit that we have to move some of the EV parking spaces out of that area. We'll pull it to the outside of the fence. So a little bit of that work. It's to get that out of the runway object-free area. That is a safety area for the runway. So we'll get that outside of the fence. Getting back to, I'll start with the blue area first. That is really the extent of the area where we're moving Owl Creek Road. So that's a short section, again, because we're moving down that teacup with that runway shift, and that's kind of our pinch point to get that road out of the way. We'll be moving the trail with it, and we've been coordinating, like I said, with Andrew and Gary. And within the yellow, that's just representing the utility work that we'll be doing along Owl Creek Road. So that in a snapshot, I also point out we have an area that is orange. That's to represent one of the nav aids that we have, the cameras that help support the airport tower. We've started the study with FAA to relocate that for the 2027 period. Let's see.
So, this slide, part of that Owl Creek Road move, Casey showed the kind of the extent of that. This is a rendering that we put together for that. This is one of the pictures I was saying that kind of highlight where that wall is. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can get the pointer over there because of what our screen looks like versus yours. There we go. But you can see that would be the top of the wall here, and then we'd have the bike path and then the road. And then they rendered it out as brown. We're anticipating that we'll pave that back as asphalt. So, and then, you know, there'll be just that kind of buffer until they get closer together a little bit further towards Snowmass Village.
And the bike path that's to the west of that, there's a bike path that goes.
Oh, Butterline Trail?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're not anticipating having any impacts on Butterline. The next piece of this is the airfield lighting vault. This is something that we are very, very early in design for. We're trying to get like kind of the perfect Goldilocks site for it right now because of what Casey was talking about with the runway object-free areas and building setbacks and all those sorts of things. And so about where that cursor is what we'd be looking at. The picture in the center is this one right here is the existing lighting vault. That's what it looks like on the inside. It's just a bunch of electrical equipment. Because we haven't really gotten too far into design yet on it, I Googled 2 different types of airfield lighting vaults. One is that ranch house looking brown building, which is CMU construction, that looks like this on the inside. The other one is a prefab unit that's gray on the bottom there that happens to have a fuel tank next to it. But the idea is that it's a pretty small building just to facilitate all of those airfield lights that are around the runway and the taxiway. This is over on the west side, like tucked in right next to the Airport Operations Center, which is next to the old ranch, and as you're just starting up the hill to go towards Snowmass Village. So it'd be tucked into the hillside behind that building.
Is there currently, and would there be planned, a backup generator facility, which I presume would be fairly large?
That is right here. There is a big backup generator there today. If I remember from my site visit with the operations staff, it's somewhere in the 400 kW range, so it's a pretty sizable generator.
It's small.
Well, there's another one even bigger on the other side of the airport.
Yeah. But there's no change in location on that, right?
No.
I have moving our screen around here. So this speaks to the 2027 projects. The main show is to move that runway 80 feet and widen it to that 150. So this is what we're all lining up for, getting through our 2026 program so we can focus on what is needed in 2027 to do this in one closure. Along with that, we'll be updating the drainage system to go with the new configuration there. Those connectors, we're actually working with FAA. Currently, we meet tomorrow to actually discuss our final version and work that into design. This is really at an early stage as far as where the connectors are, but we'll be working with them to make sure that they are to standard and meet the operational need of the airport. With that runway shift, of course, we have to move all the navigational aids that help support the use of that runway. So this is a list that we are currently working with FAA. We did what they call an RA, a reimbursable agreement. They'll be working on the design, but we'll work hand in hand with FAA to get these into the right location. with our new runway. So this list, if I go down it real quick, we have the ASOS, the SOS, which are 2 weather instruments, the localizer, which is the picture at the very top here where the laser pointer, that's our localizer. The air traffic control tower cameras where I talked about the orange area just south of the de-icing will be relocated. The MALSIF, those are these poles here at the end of the runway that you can see from 82 on the north side, accompanied with what we call Reals runway and identifier lights, also seen at the end of the runway. And then you can see maybe the little pappies that help with the approaches into Aspen. Those are the 2 little red lights that you might be able to see in the picture there. It actually is a 4-unit, but.
I have a quick question, will there be an ILS approach?
We are working with the, getting the new approaches with the shift. Technically, yes, there'll be an ILS approach, so. With that.
Is the localizer the thing on top of the ridge?
So, yes, there is a localizer up there as well, that.
There's 2 localizers associated with this airport. One is at the south end of the runway. That's just gonna shift 80 feet over. The one on the top of Aspen Mountain, at the top of Buckhorn, adjacent to Chair 3, that will stay where it is. It just gets a recalibration.
Right. This is a quick early look at the work that we're coordinating with our terminal team. This includes our de-ice pad to.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is not the whole portion of the de-ice pad, but you can see the configuration is a bit different than what we have today. Instead of, I liked how GR put it earlier in our conversation, a parallel parking situation, where here this is more of a aircraft has its own position to get de-iced and ready for takeoff. So the commercial apron piece, we are just working on the taxi lane. Our terminal team will be working on the actual aircraft positions. This is just to say that we're working with our terminal team to make sure that the design is cohesive. So with that.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's a good dovetail. We're gonna get into the commercial terminal a bit more. So I think Casey will go sit in the audience again, and we'll have Rich from Charles Cuniff and Associates come up and start talking about a bit of that piece. While he's moving into position, I'm gonna talk about the why. I think I hit a couple of these things earlier. The existing terminal is built in a hole. Currently, water drains into the terminal. Every time we have a thunderstorm, they have flooding problems inside the terminal. Every once in a while, if you're ever getting your baggage, you might see a nice puddle on the south end of the terminal inside. During bigger storms, they have had water enter through where the passenger waiting area is. So that's been an issue. And so that's one of the major hindrances of that building. In the WOMP, it's written up that this is a 38,000 square foot building, and there's approximately 6,000 square feet of accessory space. When this team did their programming, I think they found that it was much closer when you added this all up to a 45,000 square foot terminal with another 15,000 or so square feet of accessory space. And so what you can see is that existing operations have grossly outgrown this space. On the bottom of the page here, this is where the administrative offices for the airport have moved. They moved into a trailer that is outside the terminal. They did that to help facilitate more seating capacity in the secured area. Just barely out of frame, you can see a corner of it. That is a baggage tent. because there's not enough room in the existing terminal to handle the baggage that comes through. So the building itself is beyond its end of useful life. The amount of maintenance that goes into it is a lot. There's a lot of issues. There's been tacked onto over the years. It's due to get replaced. Also, yes.
I know I should assume that there's no good answer to this, but how did we get there?
So
How did we get to start?
without backing all the way up to the slide where I have the history, I think it's been well known probably since the 2000s, but really the 2012 master plan that the airport did, that we have outgrown the existing terminal. I think what we experience a lot of times in our community is that we like to be very thorough with our public processes. So at the end of that master planning process, we said, hey, let's take one last swing at this and get some common ground, on what that's gonna look like. It just has taken a long time.
Did we start adding more flights?
So in that regard, we have a pretty aggressively small look at our forecast out into the future years typically here. The number of, we're not at the ones that are adding any flights. That's just a lot of that is just a market reaction to demand.
So each airline that uses this.
But what I would like to do is just, again, Rich can get into a little bit
I can answer some of this too.
Some of this, and when we start talking about the gates in particular.
Yeah.
Just a few other things quickly while we get there. One is just kind of looking across at Owl Creek is one of the things that the WOMP asked for. While the design has evolved since this was generated for your packet, I think from this sort of perspective, it would be hard to see the difference in that design evolution. Along with looking at some of the language that is in the Western Maroon Plan around the design. When we looked at when the team had looked at siting this, moving the terminal to the south has kind of always been the plan. As you move towards the south, towards Aspen, generally the airport is at a 2% grade. So from the south end all the way to State Highway 82, that is about 2%. That is really pretty flat in terms of our topography. It's very steep in the world of airports. So when we fix the things like the drainage issues that we have with the existing terminal, and then also tie into that new apron, that helped set some of the elevations of where that terminal sits. And so that goes towards some of the language that's in the WOMP regarding what the new terminal wants to look like. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Rich from CCA.
Good evening. I'm Rich Pavsek with Charles Coniff Architects. I'm working with Charles locally and with ZGF from Portland on the terminal design. So I want to walk you through kind of where we are currently in the process. Arrows. All right, so right now I'm going to show you kind of site and terminal updates. So where we are currently is at about 75% of schematic design. When we submitted the package originally, we were just finishing conceptual design. So the site plan you see on the top of the screen is actually the conceptual site plan that we moved into schematic design. Currently, the one at the bottom of the screen is where we are currently in schematic design. So I just want to orient you as to how this is working out.
No, just look at the owl.
Oh, look at the owl. Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So basically what we're doing is we're developing kind of the circulation through the site and where the terminal sits. So just to orient you on the site, screen right is north, screen left is south. On the bottom right-hand corner, this thing work?
Yeah, it just takes a second to show.
Okay, so that is the current entrance into the airport site off of Highway 82 where the traffic light is. So that gives you an idea of kind of how everything lays out right now. If you look straight up from that arrow, you'll see the orange outline of the current terminal. So the new terminal will be built to the south of that, so that that terminal can be built while the existing terminal remains in operation while this is under construction. So that's kind of where the two buildings are. The site plan for the roads is you come in at that existing entrance like you do now, and you take a right to go to the north. And the entrance into the site is basically the same location as it is right now. So that loop is very similar to what we have now. Part of the goal here is to save a lot of that landscape along the berm that's between the frontage road and the airport property. So that loops around, and that first building you see is a parking garage. Right now, this is still being studied. We're looking at the needs of the parking for the property and everything, but right now it's a parking garage location. So this is where it's being looked at. So you pass that and you loop down to where the terminal is. In those 3 different locations, you have 2 drop-off lanes for arrivals and departures, and then there's a short-term parking lot there where people can stop, get out of their car, go into the terminal, wait for somebody, and then can come back out. And then you leave that entry back onto the frontage road and either go back into Aspen or go back to the intersection and go down Valley, just kind of like how you have now. The circulation of the site is very similar to what we have now, so that's basically the passenger vehicle approach to the property. If you go further south, that loop that's to the left of that plaza where the GTC is, Ground Transportation Center, that is basically an expanded version of what we have now for traffic, or for shuttles and taxis to wait and pick up and drop off. So we're separating the 2 modes of transportation between private vehicles and public or taxiways and shuttles. And then what was talked about earlier, where the this is box right here is being planned as a ground transportation center, so that some future mode could be picked up, dropped off there. And you can kind of see in the plan, there's like a little pull out here for a bus or something to pull in, and it also, there's a little bit of space here for that to happen too. So that's kind of how the roadway system is. And then when you go further to the south, you'll see another employee parking lot, and then there's a little square here for like an administration building that we're looking at doing separately from the terminal. I'm gonna pause.
So the existing building you're saying is around 60,000 square feet, 45 plus 15?
Yeah, approximately that. When you actually add up all the outbuildings and all the storage and everything they have, it comes out just under 65,000.
And the new is proposed at 140?
The ALP allows for 140,000 square feet. We are in the process of schematic design. We're currently at around 130, but we're only in schematic design. So that's also gonna be looked at.
It is now. Granted, it's undersized, for sure.
Correct.
But 140,000 square feet, putting no housing there, I think we need to be really clear that the LNE doesn't require any housing. We're being asked in the community plan to allow housing all the way outside the UGB. This is UGB. There's 140,000 square feet there, and there's no housing. Makes no sense to me. We're building for Easter Sunday, 140,000 square feet for the busiest day of the year, and there's no housing. 2.5 times as big as today. That to me is against everything we're trying to do with housing. I gotta say it.
And this is like what Suzanne brought up earlier, this is one of the problems that we have right now, is that we're judging this location and extent by the 2012 plan when we're sort of using antiquated planning and zoning language. We have this new comp plan that's coming up in May, and so we're sort of using this old language to judge this by, and how that would work with, and it puts us sort of at a, I don't want to say procedural vulnerability, but the timing is extremely unfortunate. I guess that's how I frame it.
Maybe we can do something about that.
How many stories?
So I can walk through the plans because I want to kind of orient you how this is working out. One of the things I will mention before I do that is that from an employee perspective, this project is basically providing adequate space for the current employees. This will not, should not, add employees, because it's basically bringing the airport up to the standard it needs for current operations. And I can explain to you how that works and why it's not gonna be larger in the future, as I go through, but I'll get there.
Can you explain, will you be able to explain to us how it will not get larger in the future?
Yes, yeah, I can, there's a design concept that has brought to us to this point that I can show you as we go along, so, yeah.
Including not adding that little pink spot we were looking at earlier that would come, what was that called? The place that we're tacking it on, but we're not considering it right now because it may or may not be.
Oh, the west side, yeah, so that west side, again, is gonna be a separate planning and, process that when those projects are ready, those will be coming before you as well.
And so would your answer still apply?
Yeah, yes. It doesn't have anything to do with that piece of the property, so.
But if it did have to do with that piece of property, then would we, that doesn't
No.
generate any employees?
No, not for the terminal.
So
we're tasked with the terminal design, so I'll explain how the terminal kind of works
So,
to that effect.
as far as that west side development and that piece, what I'd like to do is get through a bit of the terminal and what that program is and how what they're trying to do is accommodate for adequate space, because I think the number one comment that we hear from the employees that work for the airlines and TSA and the airport operations is that their conditions are very substandard. They can't get to where the baggage belts are behind the scenes there. And if you haven't ever seen it, you can call and request, yeah.
One sink.
Yeah, so when you get through that sort of programming, I think that the hard thing for us sometimes is if Rich were to go through with you what a normal programming for any other airport in the country would look like, that number would probably be much, much larger than what you've heard. And so we've already tried to up valley it and shrink it down into that space.
Right.
Yeah, granted, the existing airport is way undersized, and there's no question, I think, in anyone's mind of that. It's just, I made my point.
I think a lot of what we're doing here is we're looking at what's adequate for service. We're in the process of going through and studying all those spaces in schematic design, and we'll further do that in design development, but then right sizing it for us, for Aspen. And then I'll kind of answer your question, how did we get here, too, as I go along? Because I think it's important to talk about some of the spaces you see on the screen and how they will better serve the community and the workers and the passengers and everybody that uses the terminal. And right now, everything's kind of just been outgrown. And it's outdated too. So we're trying to upgrade everything at the same time. So just to give you an idea of how this is working, this is a blow up of the plaza level where you get dropped off. So you've got ticketing on the right, you enter into this hall, so we've right-sized the ticketing area for the amount of passengers that pass through the terminal. You can see baggage claim on the left, and that is sized the same way. Baggage claim comes with its own baggage system, which is a lot different than what is out there now, so that takes up a lot of space. So we've kind of planned the right size for that to work for not only the system itself, but also for the workers and how they have to use the space for it to be safe. So that takes up some space too. So those are kind of things that aren't there now to the level they should be. So we're kind of taking that into account. So after you go through ticketing, you kind of go to the right and you go back through security. So you see a queuing area. There's currently 3 security lanes, and we're planning for 4. So, and the 4th one doesn't necessarily mean there'll be a 4th security lane in the future because of more passengers. But if TSA changes their equipment and it gets larger, we have extra space to still have 3 lanes and accommodate new equipment. So there's a couple different ways of thinking about that. So we've got that. Then we come through security, and there's what we're calling recomposure, which is basically let's put our shoes back on, put our belts back on. We have a space to actually do that without being in the hold rooms like we are now. So that's there, and then you go through this space, and then these are the elevators and escalators to go upstairs to the next level. So before I go there, the one spot I didn't talk about is to the right of the security area, and that right now is looking at, like, there's mechanical space there, there's employee offices, break rooms, things like that. We're still working through how that works, but we're giving adequate space for that also. One thing to note that GR mentioned before is that the apron level is, and the runway is being redesigned a little bit to change the elevation. So this level right here is below apron level. So you go up to the next level, and the plan at the bottom of the screen is actually at apron level. So that level is the same as the level that the planes are sitting on. So you come up to this level, and the rest of, on the left-hand side, the rest of the baggage claim, or the baggage processing center is there. So that's basically where the tugs come in, pick up all the bags, take them out to the planes, and that's kind of where everything gets sorted and processed and goes out to the planes. And then to the right of the escalators is another area that we're looking at for offices, break rooms, things like that. So then you go up to the top level, which is the plane, or the plan on the top of the screen. So this is the concourse level. This is one level up from the apron. This is where all the hold rooms are and all the gates are. So right now this is designed for 7 gates, which is one less than what we currently have at 8 gates. And every plane is accessed off of a jet bridge. So let me explain how it's not gonna grow. So right now, you'll see every single hold room has a plane and like a line coming off of it. What's going on here?
I don't know, here, let me just close that.
All right, here we go. So like this line right here represents kind of the jet bridge coming off the hold room into the plane. So basically the whole terminal and the whole rooms are designed off of the planes we currently have operating at the airport now. So there's a certain amount of passengers on those, and there's industry standards for how many passengers go through the terminal, how big the spaces need to be to handle that, and how many seats there are in the hold room, those kind of things. One of the common ground recommendations, and something we've been talking about, is that every passenger gets a seat. So on the days when flights are delayed or canceled or whatever, we don't have the cluster that we have with everybody just jammed into the same space. So we're trying to allow for enough space for that to happen adequately in the future. So seven gates sized for that. I know there's questions about larger planes in the future. So how that's been handled is when you see the plane that's kind of in the middle of the 2 planes, that plane basically handles the amount of passengers that 2 of the smaller planes handle. So the parking positions, there's only parking positions for one of those or 2 of the smaller ones at one time, and the hold rooms will have to double up to meet that demand. So when it comes to larger planes coming in the future, the design itself can only handle so many parking positions on the apron level, so that we can't bring more in at one time.
When you said that about holding spaces, does that mean where passengers sit while they wait?
Yes, so the orange space, basically. So where the passengers are sitting is basically these orange spaces, waiting for the plane, yeah.
And so with larger planes, what did you say about that, the holding spaces?
It would take 2 of them. So, and the plane itself takes up 2 parking spaces. So there's only so many across the apron that can fit there at one time. And that's not expanding, basically.
What are the size of the 2 planes, and what are the size of the one that's twice as big as the 2 planes? How many passengers are those?
I'm not a plane expert. I don't know if I can answer that question.
That's all we plan for bigger aircraft.
So right now, ASE, commercial aircraft are the E-175, which is an airplane by Embraer, which is like a design group 3 aircraft. And it's one of the few that fit in here with our restrictions today. And the other one is the CRJ-700, which that is largely being replaced by the E-175. I think moving into the future, it's not a 2x in size. Really, when we look at that, what we're trying to target is something that's more like the A220. That's Airbus, and that is not 2x more in passengers. I don't remember the seating capacities, but it's, if you can get 76 in, say, a CRJ or an E175, you're looking at maybe 110 or so in those A220-100s. I think that's right. But again, that is not my expertise. I'm more in the civil realm. But that's the whole idea, is that you're taking away one of those gates so you don't get that. I think during the visioning process, a few of the committee members called it the cruise ship effect, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
In my experience, it's not so much the size as the design. The newer E175s are much louder than previously because the engines are under the wings. And over the years, the approach path has been flattened so that 5 nautical miles out, they're now coming in up from below 9,000 feet total altitude, rather than where they used to come in about 10. And that's what's driving up the noise. You have a larger aircraft that could stay up higher and drop in and cut noise in those contours up from Woody Creek on in. That would be great, but it's really all about the noise and the particulates, of course. If you have fewer larger planes, potentially you could have fewer particulates, but that's why I want to see those noise contours, and those do relate to operations and what we intend here.
Why did you say why they're coming in at a lower altitude?
I'm not a pilot. From my lay perspective, I believe it's related to the calls for greater airport safety, which have potentially flattened approach paths. Again, I will defer what I see on the FAA site and the flight approach maps, is that they're still supposed to be up at 10, but I will defer at that point because I'm getting way beyond my expertise saying even that. I think Joe's a pilot, he may know a bit more. That's all I have.
So the last thing I wanted to run through, so if anybody made it to any of our open houses, this was the last physical model we presented to the public. By no means is this architecture, this is just massing to show everybody how everything is working together. So just to orient you, as far as elevations go, right down here, so that is the entrance into the property right now where the traffic light is, and it's at 60 feet. The existing raft stop is further to the south right here, and that's at 70. So as you come onto the property from the raft stop, you walk up to a closer connection to the terminal onto the plaza where the GTC building is, right here. And you come up 6 feet, and then the actual entrance into the terminal is another 4 feet up. So you're at 7780. So you can see like the terminal entrance is 7780 and 82 is about at 76. One of the things that GR brought up earlier was that from north to south, the grade change on the property is about 30 feet. And then from 82 to where the apron is about another 25 feet in elevation. So you come on in 80, you go up to the next level, the terminal, and that's at 7795. And the apron is actually sloping across that, so it starts at the south end at 7796 and slopes down to 7785. And then the actual concourse level will be at 7907. So that gives you an idea of like the 3 different levels and how they relate to the property.
How large is the parking garage?
So the parking garage is under study
Understood.
right now. So what this shows is the possibility of what could go there. What we're looking at is what the needs of the the property are right now. The goal though, right now, is that you enter on the north end, and if it's 3 stories tall, that it basically walks out at the same level of the entrance to the parking garage, so it's at 7780.
How many cars?
The target for the program is around 650.
How many do we have today? Parking lot?
450,
Yeah.
around
So we're
450.
increasing 50% and we're trying to decrease the number of cars coming into Aspen. So
So,
we're increasing the
In-
rental car.
so that's one of the things that we're litigating amongst the design team right now. One of the points that's being driven pretty hard right now, Doug, on that, is most times if you open the airport's website, it says that parking is very limited at this time. Please find a ride, right? So ideally, we're gonna be capturing more folks off of RAFTA. Still, taking RAFTA with your bag is, for some people, is difficult. A lot of days that I spend out near the terminal, today I do see a lot of people coming and going on RAFTA. By enhancing that connection, we might be able to capture more there. The other part of that though is because the parking lots are typically full, you're getting 2 trips out of every passenger, or a lot of the times. So you'll have someone drop someone off or their family off for a flight, and then they're leaving, and then they have to come back and pick them up and then leave again. So you have 4 trips, if you had someone that could park, that might not
How
be
much
serviced by that, they're gonna be being serviced by 2
How many
trips.
rental car spots do they? I mean, I'm sure that there's a standard that you're gonna use for an airport this size for how many rental cars.
So-
Is that the case?
There is a standard. Our team also just got done doing a study, like a camera study, where they basically watched for a whole weekend travel in and out. So I don't have the results of that yet, so that's also being taken into consideration to see if the number we're designing to is larger or smaller than that.
It seems like that one of the sticks that the city of Aspen is using is limiting parking. Adding rental cars to the airport is a carrot for more cars, not less cars. So building a big parking garage that has twice as many spots as we have out there now, understanding that I can drive and park my car there instead of have people come and drop me off and pick it, I understand that piece. But twice as many rental cars, or half as 50% more, some increase in rental cars is just encouraging people to drive, and that's where we're trying to go away from, it seems to me. And the entrance to Aspen.
And I think the common ground recommendations, you talk to a lot of just better connectivity. I haven't had an opportunity to review your draft comp plan. I'm guessing that echoes things such as this point where you're talking about better connectivity amongst the nodes. We do have the unique, BRT stop that is literally adjacent to the site. The new terminal will be closer to that BRT stop than the existing one. That connection, instead of a 5-foot goat path that goes up to the road to cross the road that will be enhanced. You'll have the ground transportation center. That's gonna be a pretty front and center right in front of that terminal.
I support all those kind of things. I think that with more rental cars, we're not gonna get where we're trying to get. And a bigger parking garage allows rental car companies to have more rental cars at the airport, would be my contention.
And I think one of the things, like GR said, we're talking amongst the design team on the parking garage. This is showing the location of it, and part of the reason we were showing it too is that because if we take the parking garage away and we cover the lot or the property in more surface parking, all the landscaping starts to get eroded. So that's kind of our approach too, and we're like I said, we're studying that right now, and that's gonna move forward in development, yeah.
Right. My last question would be, part of the 2025 comp plan and everything that we talked about was energy efficiency. The LNE allows the county not to meet codes, as I understand, zoning codes and those kind of things. Will the building be built to be updated? Because it's not gonna come for permit until we've passed all that. Will all of the buildings out there be built to the new energy codes, or once again, does the county not have to follow its rules?
That they follow the building and energy codes in effect at the time they come in. So no, the LNE relates to the land use code provisions, but no, the code provisions, and I'm sure they can speak to.
I'm sure that they wanna do that.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, one of the,
I'm sure you wanna do that, but
one of
you
the-
just wanna make sure that that's
Yeah, no, they will be subject to code questions, right, how they're addressing them.
yeah, we are, the original aspirational goal was one of the most sustainable airports in the world. The design team is looking at how we do that. So code is minimum at this point, I would say. And that is kind of going to be carried forward in design development, like how we get there, how we're doing different things, how we're approaching it.
Well, the growth committee said for buildings this size, you know, that they're supposed to be energy neutral, right? I mean, we talked about that for big houses, you know, 140,000 square foot building, there's no way you're gonna be able to offset your energy uses. But the code is gonna be, as I understand, is what was proposed was the larger the building, the more restrictive the code. And so 140,000 square foot building is gonna be very restrictive as far as the code. So I think that meeting the code is gonna be very difficult if we're able to get it approved through the county, you know, it's written that way.
You might have covered this and maybe I missed it, but how did we get here?
How did we get
It was like, how did we get pregnant again so fast?
Well, as GR said, the length of process, the building is at its end of life. So as different things have changed over the years, it just hasn't been able to keep up with the size that it is. So it can't handle the baggage system, it can't handle the, a lot of the things that have expanded and just usage.
Security is a much bigger
Security is, yeah.
area than it ever was.
Security is a different issue than when the building was built, for sure.
There wasn't a TSA when that
Right.
1976 building was built. There was no x-ray machines that your luggage went through. There was none of that. That all has been like hamstrung into that existing structure as best as they could. The existing TSA line goes down the ramp from from that holding area down. And so like, it's very typical. A lot of the buildings, especially the larger buildings in the Upper Valley where you evolve, but it's so hard to do some of these projects and you want to do them in this kind of generational manner so that you're doing them once and you're doing them well. So I would say that's a big portion of how we got there.
But we keep gaining weight and letting ourselves do it. It seems to me that there has to come a time when we as a community say, no, you want more now? Okay, I'll increase your allowance if it's your child. Well, 6 months later, they want more. At some point, it has to be, you're too fat already. You need to stay in the same, I know it's not your fault. I know that you've been asked to deal with this. But
The child is now 7'5" and weighs 450 pounds.
we're still feeding it.
Well,
But we're about to say,
and we're talking about commercial, which is, what, less than 20% of the traffic that we're seeing at the airport.
that's true.
Yeah, and just to bring it back to what we're tasked with this evening, which is a location and extent review. It's much like what we're being asked really tonight is, there's a lot of stuff we're talking about that's outside of our purview, right? Like the airplane equipment matrix and all these things that are important, but what we're tasked with tonight is location and extent. And much of what we're being asked is like, is this in conformance with the WAMP plan? And does it follow the philosophy of WAMP? And a lot of what I'm reading when I read the WAMP plan, they bring up again and again is berming, lower structures, lower impact, lower visual sort of in buildings that aren't visually imposing to keep the visual corridor when you drive by the same. And I'm not sure, I'm looking at this 3-story building and I know it's within the existing footprint of the airport and it's an airport structure and all that, but I'm not sure if 3-story building and a 3-story parking structure complies with the philosophy or the intent with the WAMP or the walk, whatever, what I'm calling it walk, west of Castle Creek, I just renamed it. But that's what we're talking about tonight, right, is like, what we're tasked with, so is that. And so, there's a lot of things in here that, whether it's the setbacks, whether it's how tall these buildings are, that, you know, and we're also put in a situation where we have this huge mega project where that, you know, we're using 2012 code language to sort of grade this by, which, like Doug mentioned with the employee housing, you know, even though the Pickens County Airport didn't have to or wasn't obligated to build employee housing when they built it, if they were to build this now, and this was not an airport and a 130,000 square foot hotel that we were looking at today, we would be like, how much employee housing are you mitigating for? And like GR said, there's a lot of facilities at this airport that are like substandard, and I'm sure if you ask some of the employees at the airport, like especially like the plow truck drivers that have to be out 4 a.m. plowing the, you know, runway all night when there's a blizzard, like they would probably like a place to crash when they get done at the end of
Don't
the
say
day.
crash.
Or not crash, tuck in. Or take a nap, you know what I mean? And so that's what, you know, those are the things that we need to be, that's what we're tasked with.
So we've been going for what, 2 hours and 10 minutes?
Yep.
I don't know what everybody thinks, but I don't think we're gonna get through even the presentation tonight.
I agree.
Are we done with the presentation?
We're about 2/3 of the way through. We have the FBO section to walk through. I think we've heard a lot of comments about the terminal area. I know that, you know, in counting stories, it depends on which side of the building you're standing on.
Sure.
And so that's one of the really hard, you know, design criteria that we're trying to thread the needle with.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's one of the classic, you have.
Yeah, because we don't have story poles out there, we don't have any real actual design, but.
Right.
And that's the problem, is doing it this early.
Yes.
I would love to see a story pole that is like, you know, but we're not getting that, but. And so all I have to do is imagine what that 3-story thing looks like, which is.
Right, and I think, you know, when we contest with all the grades that we have on site, and all of those other various criteria that we have to ensure drainage and all those other things, like, that's where that building needs to sit in space to facilitate its function as well. So, you know, from the apron side, it's.
Yeah, so from the apron side, it's a 2-story building, and part of the concept here is that exactly what you talk about is that when you're looking at it from the 82 side, it's like a 1.5-story building with another story behind that. So we've stepped it back to get that further away from the public and from Highway 82, so it appears as a smaller building. So that's kind of the architectural side that we're working with to kind of address those concerns.
You know, when you travel, going to lots of fabulous airports, a story is not 8 or 10 feet.
Yeah.
A story is, so when you tell me it's 2.5 or 1.5 stories, how many feet is 1.5 or 2 stories in a building like this?
Well, and it's a very good question, and
I understand we're design development.
and that's kind of why we have
We're still on schematic.
Yeah, and we have the heights on there so I can show you kind of where the floor levels are and what we're working through, and I think the feedback is good because we can use that as we move forward. But yeah, that's kind of where we are.
It's an aspirational building, it's a 25-year or 50-year, it's generational, but is it 60 feet high and 2 stories? That's my question as well, you know. I don't know. And you don't know, and I understand that, but it's a question I'm asking.
And I definitely understand that frustration. It's one of mine from putting together the package at this point. But in trying to take a holistic approach to look at the airport, the difficulty is that we need to start to facilitate all of this in 2026 and start pulling permits. And so then we get into this timing conundrum that we have. And so we understand that. And that was a little bit of what I was trying to convey to you in that this is being designed out in the public. We're trying to honor all of the common ground recommendations that we can and facilitate that, you know, even 5 years after, 6 years now after that process has happened, and get through that. But to the point earlier about getting through that, all of this, Rich, was there more on the terminal that you want to get into? Because we can have the FBO come up.
Yeah, this was the last slide for our presentation.
And try to get through that portion, because I mean, we would love to get through as much of the presentation as we can. We've gotten a lot of very good feedback tonight as well that we can take into consideration during our design processes.
So one last question is, do we have the money? Do we have commitments from the FAA for the money?
So the funding bucket is an interesting one, and it's something that's very dynamic. I think we've shown our graphic for a $575 million budget for the airfield and the terminal. And those numbers are moving. We're at a point right now, I had the schedule up, I didn't highlight this earlier, but we are in the middle of hiring our contractor for the runway portion. And we'll go through some pricing exercises with them and figure that out. The terminal's going through that same process right now. I think early summer we'll have that contractor on and we can start looking at all those affordability questions.
But the FAA, as I understand, the airport was sold to the community. The FAA was paying the majority of the cost of the moving the runway, the airfield improvements, we'll call it, right?
Yes.
Do we have a commitment from the FAA to pay for that?
We're working through all those commitments.
That's a no.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking a yes or no question. I guess we're not gonna get one. That's fine.
Well, no, Doug, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to add a little bit of the nuance that we're
I'm
working
sure
through,
there's
so.
Excuse me.
I'm,
No, go ahead. I appreciate it, Karen. All right.
you know,
I
we're.
could probably speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
Current.
It's not, it's the L.
It's
Oh,
the
that's
owl,
right.
sorry.
Yeah.
Speak loudly.
I don't know you folks yet, but I'm Ryan Mahoney, I'm the Deputy County Manager. So as it relates to the funding piece, as far as sort of a written letter of commitment from the FAA, we don't have that, they're not able to provide that just yet. But we do have sort of their commitment verbally at this point, where this year we would expect to get $40 million from the FAA, and then over the next 2 years, $80 million each.
And that's for not for this summer's redo.
Enabling.
No, when we're closed in April for the redo.
That's right.
Separate money from that.
Unfortunately, that's coming out of the Airport Enterprise Fund, and that will not be covered because it's considered maintenance versus, capital, like the new capital expenditure for the runway. So, we're proceeding forward with an understanding that the FAA is intending to fund that runway as, we've conveyed that commitment. And as information comes in, we're certainly sharing it out. And, I think every step of the way thus far through the design process, they've been okaying, sort of the design and pushing us to the next step. So we're feeling good about it, but you're absolutely right. Until we have the check in hand, it's hard to say.
But if a contractor is willing to sign on, there must be some, yes, they must have some confidence as well.
Yeah, and what we're doing for our contracting on this, we're using a vehicle called Construction Manager at Risk. So we bring them on during the design process so we can streamline things like value engineering, talk about constructability really early. So we're not handing them a set of plans and then they're, pricing in all of the hardships that we've designed into the program.
Is the FAA going to require the Part 150 study as a condition of their funding? my understanding they typically do. So again, where's the Part 150 study? Because we can't, there are gonna be certain contours where we can't allow a residential structure to be built because of airport noise. And others where we can only, for instance, the Intercept lot could now likely only be commercial, could not be residential until further out. If it gets louder, it couldn't even be commercial. There are sites that can be used for concert venues or other things in louder parts of the approach path. But these are gonna shape what we do with planning and zoning. And I'd like to know a bit about what is intended with the operation of this facility as it affects land further out and decisions we have to make. Because if we approve a residential project right now that would lie in these contours, that could create a collision between what we do and what the airport's doing. I don't even know the ramifications of that right now before these contours are set.
And I don't know for the process that you're in right now as, you know, kind of looking at the master plan and how this project might conform to it, that is a consideration kind of beyond the I guess the area that is covered by the master plan. So, you know, I think DFA will, you know, hold us to whatever rules they have in place, which includes noise and includes the air quality. But, you know, I don't know that has to be part of your decision matrix, just as far as what this new airport layout looks like.
Well, for instance, it's my understanding that there's been a parcel located further in from WJ that may be suitable for multifamily employee housing. But WJ is already kind of on the boundary of 65 DNL, it's my understanding. And again, though the county should be looking at 55 for residential living, that's what they have for every place else. But leaving that aside, if airport operations increase noise levels, well, to put WJ into 65 and then to put that parcel above 65, we couldn't have employee housing. This affects what we do in a very real way. And when we talk about the extent of the commercial operation that's intended here, I would just like to know more, notwithstanding the heights and setbacks of the buildings themselves. This is more commercial. What is it going to be used for? What's the intended purpose in the county's mind and in the airport's mind? So that we can then plan around that for the rest of the community.
So we're also trying to decide how to proceed tonight. I would very much, people have come for the public hearing to give public comment on the plan as it is now. I don't want to see them go away without having a chance to comment. If we end up deciding that, or recommending that this should be, the airport planning should be done around the comprehensive plan, a location and extent review should be done based on the new comprehensive plan, then everybody will have to come back and, I'm sorry, you'd have to do all of your work again, basing it on the comprehensive plan. But I would like to go through with the public hearing, but I don't know if we first have to have them finish their review. These people who are right here.
So I think I would love to be able to get the FBO through so that we can have that comprehensive look at the whole site and get through that slide deck and then open it up. But I don't know exactly, Suzanne, what those considerations are for you all as far as that timing and
Let's do the
that,
FBO, and see how much of it we can get through. And then see what time it is, and then we can,
Well, maybe it would also be helpful to find out who is sitting in the gallery is actually a member of the public and not associated with the applicant, the developer, the county, the people that, are trying to, are pushing the project.
raise your hand if you're here to give public comment. All right.
What I don't know is if anybody's online. Barney will be
and then
right
you
back.
had Amory as well online earlier.
So Amory.
Yeah, we have Amory that we saw need to take
Yeah.
comment from as well.
There might be a couple of folks online.
So probably not as much public
Thank you.
comment as
Thank you.
one would think.
That's
Just
where
maybe
there's a lot of,
the audience or whatever.
So we have 3, so we can either take public comment now, or we can take a 5-minute break and decide what we want to do, or we can do the FBO thing.
We get an idea of how long the FGO folks are going to take for this presentation, but again, you gotta imagine.
15 minutes?
We'll try to be quick.
Yeah, and that gives us 15, 20 to public comment.
Yeah, that works.
We have like
All right.
59 minutes of public comment.
Yep.
We did have one more slide that I was gonna touch on, and we had provided, one more rendering in the package. And it just discussed some of the other pertinences around the de-ice pad. But you'll get a little bit more detail on what we're hoping that those can look like, but we're really early on the design stage, for what was identified as similar sound walls, around the de-ice pad to what they have at the FBO. So, but with that, I'd like to hand it over to the FBO staff and go ahead and introduce yourself, and walk through. They've got several slides that go through their site plan, and some of the renderings of their buildings in that site.
Great, thanks, JR. So my name is Frank Jacobson. I'm with Tectonic Management Group. We're here on behalf of Atlantic Aviation on the FBO site. So wanted to get everybody familiar with the campus, the campus as it is today. So on the far right, which is the south end of the site, that's the existing FBO. The next building to the left would be the existing maintenance hangar, which will remain. That'll get a facelift and a renovation as part of the project. The cluster buildings in the middle represent the fuel farm, the storage hangar, and the GSE building, which will all be removed and reconstructed in a similar location to where they're at today. And then on the far north end of the site, on the other side of the tower, that's the patio shelters that will remain in place until the west side development can occur down the road. So this depiction is our new master plan. Again, starting on the right, the far south side, we've got the new FBO that's being constructed right next to the existing FBO. That will allow the FBO to remain operational until the new building is constructed. And then the next building is that renovated maintenance hangar. And then the GSE hangar and the charter space will all be constructed under one structure in the middle. And then the fuel farm kind of tucked between the hangar and the tower. And then again, the patio shelters will remain in place. When we first started this design, we understood that keeping the landscaping along Highway 82 was very important. It created a visual barrier, helps with the acoustical barrier between the airport and the land side. So we started out by surveying every tree, every berm out there. And as we laid out our new roads and parking lots and buildings, we took great care to kind of weave our new infrastructure around those trees, just to salvage as much as we could. Like I said earlier, the landscaping creates a natural acoustic barrier, but we want to supplement that with a new sound wall around the active ramp on the south end of the site. We'll get to that sound wall a little bit later in the presentation. Another couple things I want to point out on this slide, on the far north end of our site, we're not touching Owl Creek. We're staying out of the 100-year floodplain. And then all of our permanent structures will be outside of that 100-foot setback off the Highway 82 right-of-way. This is a zoomed-in version of the site plan showing the cluster of buildings in the middle. Again, you can see that all those little green dots represent the existing trees that are there today. We'll leave as much of that there as possible. We'll supplement that with some landscaping that Frost will talk about here in a minute. So you're maintaining that screen along 82, but then as you pull off onto Airport Road, that's when we want to be inviting to the customers coming to that FBO. So you start to get some visual sense of the FBO tucked into these trees. It kind of pulls you into that drop-off piazza. Once you get into that drop-off piazza and behind, you're behind that second layer of natural berming and trees that are there today. So that just creates another layer of screening from Highway 82 back to our project. additionally, I just want to point out the layout of this site kind of creates two different separate traffic streams. So everybody heading to the south would be more oriented to customers going to the FBO, or if anybody happens to be using the road to get to the terminal project. Everything going to the north is more Atlantic employees or traffic associated with the fuel farm. And Faraz, you want to touch on landscape?
Yeah, good evening, guys. I'm Faraz, I'm a landscape architect with Design Workshop. Super excited to be the bridge kind of between the terminal side and the FBO side, as we've been involved on both efforts. We see our role as integral to creating this kind of cohesive campus between the two projects. Just as kind of big picture thinking, our landscape design is really built off of a 100% native plant palette. Given our season this year, you can imagine we're trying to lean really into the drought tolerant plant species to really ensure a resilient landscape here. We've also appreciated, Zach, your comment about landform and earthworks earlier, because that's something we've really been strategically thinking about along the entire Highway 82 frontage for the screening and kind of visual character that will create along that scenic view corridor. Maybe go next slide. As you work closer towards the FBO, we get a little bit more intense with our landscape planting. We'd like to get some ornamentals around the building in particular, but as you work out from the building, we're really leaning into kind of the low maintenance, drought tolerant, native revegetation palette. One of the big aspects is really thinking about how do we screen these buildings from the highway, but also not creating the tunnel effect that the WAMP is very clearly talking about. So with that, I'll maybe kind of pass it back to Frank to talk through some of the three-dimensional views.
Yes, this is an overall bird's eye view of the campus. For orientation, the FBO would be on the right side, the hangar's up on the left side of the image. Thought this would be a good slide to talk through some of our energy efficient strategies for the campus. So we're achieving net zero energy through the use of efficient air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps. There'll be a geothermal field located underneath the parking lot, kind of right in the center of the image. Any energy that is consumed on site, we're going to offset that with solar panels located on the roof. There would be no ground mount solar panels anywhere on the campus. We have coordinated with Holy Cross Energy just to define what's allowed for our parcel. Additionally, we're achieving net positive water through the use of low flush toilets and plumbing fixtures in the buildings. We'll have bio swales, bio ponds, rain gardens throughout the landscaped areas to help treat any stormwater that's on site. Let's see what else.
I did see a note in the packet about 100,000 square feet of snow melt.
That's part of the current lease requirement.
That's what they run the airport for, where the planes are essentially.
Yeah, the area is shown in the ramp in white. That represents where we currently have snow melt planned. So it's in the most used.
It's a similar amount as existing, is what you're saying.
It's larger than existing, but that 100,000 came from the airport's Pitkin County's lease requirements back to Atlantic.
Okay.
If you want to speak to that at all.
It's tough to do net zero with 100,000 square feet of snow melt, I would guess.
We've discovered it's impossible. It's just future discussion, but it's incredibly challenging as we work with Holy Cross and understanding what that looks like. It is a significant lift that we need to bring back to the table.
They're gonna use offsets, or you're gonna use geothermal on site?
Largely geothermal for a percent of it. And then we're discussing with Holy Cross what it looks like to supplement with their PURE program. But again, it's not just the energy used, but it's the infrastructure required to have that equipment. So without getting too far into the details, and again, future conversations that we need to have with the appropriate folks, that is what we're walking towards to meet the lease requirement. And we'll leave that
The
in there.
lease requirements were Pitkin County when Atlantic Aviation did the new lease with Pitkin County.
County.
Correct.
So I have a question, what's this?
That's the neighborhood on the other side of Highway 82.
And this is the snow melt?
Bus barn.
That's the bus barn.
And then
The snow melt would be here in the white.
animal.
Well, no, not the snow storage.
Okay.
The 20-acre parcel.
So, all right, I can orientate a little bit. The furthest down valley that you're looking right here, right along this tree line is where the Aspen Snow Dump is, the battery energy storage yard is here. Animal shelter, public works, is right here. The Aspen maintenance facility for RAFTA is right here. And then this is the North Forty community.
Okay, thanks. And where's on the prior slide, there was a parking area for 225 vehicles? Where's that on this?
Oh, sorry, go back to there. So it's,
tucked behind the wall.
yeah, right here in this red dot area, and there's some employee parking areas up here.
This area here?
Yep, so it's a combination of all the lots on our campus equal about 225.
Yeah, not just that one section. That one area is probably 100,
Yeah.
give or take.
Yep.
And then behind the hangar, there's additional parking.
Oh, I see.
Yes, yes.
In the existing FBO, probably that little lot right now, if I go there, it probably has like 60 spots or 50 spots.
And there's,
Currently at the FBO, you have a pretty messy vitality
Well,
of
there's the
parking.
parking, right, but everybody does whatever they want, but you know, when you come into the little roundabout, there's the parking that's with the gate right
Oh,
there.
near gate 4A
Yeah,
or
and then
whatever.
that's like the main parking, and then there's sort of where everybody just does what they want right there, but that little lot might have 60.
Sounds about right.
Ballpark, yeah.
You're talking about the air parking that's outside the fence, that's by the GA entrance, that's,
Yeah, not the one all the way
Way to the
back,
north.
but right when you pull into the little roundabout,
At the FBO.
there's the FBO, there's that lot right there, which is where all the guys who are, work shuttling everybody back and forth from the tarmac, all the cars for all the private jets go housed there, so.
So what you're seeing is it all kind of condenses into one area instead of being so spread out, like all of the GA spots that we have down there for the patio shelters and tie downs, behind the hangar, that little dirt area we have behind the hangar, I mean, it all kind of condenses to the same number.
Are the patio parking going away,
No,
we're showing the future build out when the west side's done on this rendering,
Oh,
but
I
they
see.
would be located up on that north ramp.
So we're hearing about the west side for plane parking is what, even though it's not part of today's L&E, there is a plan for the west side. That's not what we heard earlier. Is that?
there isn't a plan right now.
I understand, but you're hoping that you put more parking on the west side, is that kind of?
Even if that doesn't happen, what we have now, what we're showing you now works for the future. We have put this plan in place where either way, whatever's decided by the county and whatever makes sense for Aspen, we can achieve it.
Thanks.
Will this current design provide more plane parking that could meaningfully decrease the in and out traffic? You talked about that with drop-offs and pickups.
That's where that concept came from, yes.
We also have it with planes.
Yeah, and I park airplanes on a regular basis. I'll taxi them in I'll marshal them in. The answer is it depends on the day how many we have based on the size aircraft. Sometimes we look at larger aircraft and we have less on the ramp, or we've got 4th of July where we get a lot of smaller airplanes down on the south end of things in the tie downs area and things like that. So it really depends in large part to what we get that day, and size plays a role into that. So what we're looking at right now though is the same same amount of aircraft. The footprint of these aircraft might change, and that's what we're looking at. So we know when this runway changes, we'll get larger airplanes. So their footprint is larger, but we're looking at the same number of aircraft. So,
Is there any design changes that were made to the FBO to accommodate what I like to call pseudo-private industry, like the Aero and the Wildcats and the growth of that? Is that sort of, because I know that that's been a big driver at the airport lately, and that's trending up. Like, is there any design changes that were made to accommodate growth in that industry?
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
I don't know.
We don't have, I don't think we have a really good design or slide to show you what that looks like, but it's to our benefit to take care of any and all customers and guests that come into Aspen, and they're a big part of that.
And I know they don't like it when you call it pseudo.
I will stay away from that.
Off the record. Okay. So the next slide is a bird's eye view looking back at the campus from the east side of 82. Again, just wanted to highlight how we're maximizing all the solar panels on the roof surfaces. The slide also helps show the existing berming and trees that will remain along Highway 82 to create that visual buffer to our campus. And reading through the WAMP requirements, we also fully recognize that there's some key views along 82 we need to be careful and maintain, the scenic view down them. So we've rendered a couple of these views, and they're highlighted here on the map where they're taken from. So the first one is along Highway 82 looking to the south, and the road off to the right would be the airport road kind of pulling into the FBO. The way these sheets are set up, the existing's on the left, the new is on the right. And you can see we're largely leaving this corridor intact. We're keeping the berms, we're supplementing with a couple of new trees that Frost spoke about earlier. But you can see we're maintaining that screen down this corridor. And if you can kind of see that white outline of a building kind of tucked in behind the trees in the distance. See if I can highlight that right here. That represents the scale of the FBO, just so you get a feel for the building being tucked down behind these trees. So you're really trying to block that view of the FBO until you pull off onto Airport Road and get back into the campus. And then here, this image is again on 82 looking towards the north, and on the left-hand side, again, it's existing conditions. You can see some of the tails of the aircraft backed up against 82. And on the right-hand side, that's where we're starting to introduce that sound wall concept. So from the land side, we'll be berming up to the back side of that wall and having about 8 foot of that wall exposed up top. That gives us an opportunity to bring the scale of that wall down to something that's more manageable from the land side.
How tall is the wall on the airport side?
20 feet tall. That was, through some acoustic studies, that was deemed the most efficient way to do it. So the other thing this view on the right highlights is as you look down to the north, all of our buildings are rendered in there, but you can see they're tucked in behind these trees and really just creates that great screen to our campus from 82.
Is the 20-foot wall gonna push noise to any residential on the other side, on the Brush Creek side?
So we've looked at, it's effectively blocking the sound of the aircraft. We've got some studies that show kind of the different noise levels that we're achieving through this wall. But on the road side, by having that berm on the backside, it's effectively pushing the sound up and over that wall, so that wall isn't bouncing back the traffic noise back to the neighborhood. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Alex, talk about the FBO.
So I'm Alex Klum with CCY Architects, and just quickly run through the development of the FBO, the architecture as it stands today. So sort of building off of a lot of the guidelines outlined in the WAMP, as well as some of the common ground directives, right? The building is meant to be very low, sort of quiet to the land. The materials are natural, but strong but natural materials. So weathered steel, warm soffit of the roof to speak about our community. And we can keep flipping through. The welcoming nature of the portico share, so very, very intentional as far as providing that protection from the weather for the arriving guest and departing guest. Keep rolling. Sort of the materiality is sort of, the ideas are to build upon weathered steel, which speaks to sort of the geology of our place, as far as iron ore being found along all the silver veins up on Ashland Mountain and the broader area. The stone elements you see are thought to be a gabion. We don't have the exact solution to what will fill the gabion, but we're striving for that to be something that's local in nature. So whether that's recycled concrete from the demolition of the existing FBO, or if it's river rock, but something that has a strong story of place. And as you can see from the land side, those earlier images were sort of a little more refrained as far as fenestration. The idea is that it's quiet on the land side, and then as you get to the air side, it's a little more celebratory of the views behind us to Buttermilk, and then also to the ridge lines of Red Mountain to the right, Skyline Park to the left.
And here's a rendering shot of the new storage hangar, GSC building, charter space, and then the mechanical rooms for the whole campus will be housed in this building as well. So with some of the geometry of the hangar, we're trying to tie into the existing geometry of the maintenance hangar that's located right to the left of this building. With some of the earth tone materials, trying to echo in some of that weathered steel look from the FBO that Alex was just speaking to. On the left-hand side of the image, there will be exterior air source heat pumps as part of the mechanical systems. That'll be a gabion screen wall. So just to block that from view from the land side. And then additionally, this whole roof is covered in solar panels. So we wanted to be careful about blocking the view of that with some of these parapet conditions around the perimeter of the building. Then another view from the air side, just looking back towards the new hangar on the right side would be the existing maintenance hangar, kind of showing that existing geometry that's there today and how we're trying to tie that in with the new hangar design, just to, again, kind of create that campus cohesive feel to it. And then just to the north side of the hangar would be where the new fuel farm would be located. Thought this was a nice slide to show just how we're utilizing every roof surface for solar panels. So where we have these canopies for the defueling and fueling areas, we're utilizing that additionally for some solar panels. So these last few slides really hone in on the sound wall design. So again, we hired a acoustic survey team to come out, and they took measurements along Highway 82. We started up some APUs on aircraft and locations along the active ramp areas. And then we went into the adjacent neighborhoods and took measurements just to kind of get a baseline of where we're starting at today with noise. And then through their feedback, we were able to design the most effective sound wall around the perimeter of the active ramp on the right side. So that's a 20-foot tall sound wall over here. And then it's a continuation through the buildings, and then we're continuing another 10-foot sound wall as you get north of the FBO. There's just not as much aircraft traffic over there, so we could scale that wall down, and we also have the layer of trees and berms behind it to help offset it. And then on the top view is a section cutting through Highway 82 on the left-hand side, and then the sound wall being on the right side. And you can see a lot of that would be existing berms that would remain intact. And then as we get to about right here, that's where we would pick up from the existing berms that are there today, existing trees, and then help bring that up to the back side of that sound wall, leaving just about 8 foot of that exposed on the land side of it. And that gives us an opportunity to reduce the scale and really soften up that view. And you can see there are some existing walking trails through that area that we plan to maintain. Cruise through this pretty quick. It's really just a couple of detail shots of the sound wall showing the different heights that are on the campus. The existing berm is shown on the left-hand side of the wall in kind of the lighter tone earth, and then the darker is where we'd be supplementing additional berms on the backside. Then another bird's eye rendering looking back towards the active ramp area, just to give you a sense of scale from the air side of this wall and how it relates to the height of these aircraft. So it's really meant to block down that noise and contain it within our active ramp area. And also ties into the buildings for that continuous line of separation between the air side and land side. And then the final slide would be that 10-foot wall I alluded to around the parking lot. So our plan with this wall, it's still under development, but we understand that we want to bring the scale of that down, soften it up. So we plan to bring in some of those architectural elements from the FBO and the gabion veneer screens and plantings and grasses, just to help soften that wall up and bring the scale of that down. But thought it was important to create that visual barrier and acoustical barrier between the air side and the land side. So that's our last slide here, so tried to run through it pretty quick for you.
Trying to keep it going.
Do you anticipate that that wall will do anything for particulate air quality? You know, it seems like a lot of times the CDUs or APUs, whatever they are, just warming up, you all of a sudden get, you know, some noxious fumes over in the North Forty neighborhood, so.
Yeah, I mean, I just to talk about the APUs for a second, it's a very small little jet engine that's inside the aircraft. And so it burns very small amounts of jet fuel, to be honest with you. It's not a big, it's just producing enough electricity for them to turn their avionics on and to enter their flight plans into the computers and things. The other part of it is all of our GPUs are electric. They're silent, they're not burning diesel. So that's one of the things that we invested in years back. I think it's
So then
almost 4
it's when
years.
the plane actually fires up.
It's when the plane fires up and when the plane maybe taxis out, or, you know, those APUs still make a pretty strong sound. And I mean, it depends on the aircraft. Some aren't as loud as others, but they're not producing the particulate that you're mentioning there. But I get what you're saying as far as when they're fired up. I'm with you, but that's some of the difference.
They're the noise, and then the plane itself is the air quality problem.
Yeah, I don't know that much about it to really speak on it, so I just work at the airport.
No, I'm just trying to educate myself, what's making.
Burn a lot more
Sure.
fuel than the APU burns.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions before I take public comment? Alright, we're gonna open up to public comment. Anybody who would like to comment, just come up front and state your name, and we're gonna.
I would, but I'd like Amory to go first, because I'm
Sure.
gonna key off some stuff he
Yep.
says.
Okay, so Amory is online.
Alright.
And I guess at this time, I'd also like to ask anybody else who is online to go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to have a comment later.
Yep, and we're gonna try to keep public comment to 3 minutes
Yep.
due to the fact that it's
Okay.
7:30.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. You're asked today to endorse the nearly $1 billion airport redo sized to carry.
Amory, I'm sorry, now I can't hear you. A little louder. Now I can't hear you.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Well, I can speak louder. Does that help?
That
Yes,
helps.
yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. We're asked today to endorse a nearly $1 billion airport redo sized to carry 2/3 more airline flyers than we struggle to host now. The implications for community growth and public health are profound. I'll focus here on health, specifically on what we breathe. A regional or similar jet plane taking off spews out roughly a quintillion ultrafine particles or nanoparticles. This invisibly fine dust is often inflammatory and toxic. It travels directly from your lungs into your bloodstream, then to every organ. Rapidly evolving science already links these tiny particles to heart attacks, stroke, Alzheimer's, asthma, preterm birth, and cancer. By 2030, they may be the deadliest air pollutant in Europe, which mandates their monitoring. Yet Pitkin County refuses to measure them at all. Consultants Mead and Hunt are being paid $1.4 million to monitor airport area air quality, but only pollutants EPA regulates, not the smallest unregulated and most dangerous ones, because data supposedly can't be interpreted without standards. But lack of standards doesn't make nanoparticles safe, it only reflects strong lobbying and slow policy. Mere regulatory compliance cannot protect public health, nor inform timely choices, big and small, about the airport's site, size, fleets, operations, and design. Aspen Fly-Rite supported airport modernization, except bigger planes. But since air quality had never been measured, 3 years ago, we measured 5 regulated pollutants. We found potential risks meriting thorough professional study. Back then, our equipment couldn't detect ultrafine particles, but now it can. Our specialized new instruments used at other airports and made by the same firm as Mead and Huts monitors are now being deployed at several sites. We're observing many 1-minute airport concentrations around 40 to 50,000 ultrafine particles per cubic centimeter. The World Health Organization calls high any average of 10,000 for 24 hours or 20,000 for 1 hour. Thousands of initial data points include some hourly averages above both these levels. Our first week of observations cannot support conclusions. Gathering, analyzing, and publishing meaningful data will take months. But before design, not after construction, the county should also measure what we all breathe to help build a better airport, like adding berms to deflect and diffuse jet plumes, perimeter barriers to shield neighbors, and special filters in the new terminal to protect travelers and staff. Ignorance is not bliss. Wisdom starts with knowledge. Public health comes first. Learning too late after huge investments can impose major cost, health burdens, and economic damage. Medical uncertainties demand precautions against what other airports deem a significant emergent health risk for which Seattle residents are suing their airport. Your responsibilities for our community may make you wonder if Pitkin County is way out over its skis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did he just say Seattle?
You did.
Mentioned Seattle residents, citizens suing their airport. Is that what he said?
Anyone else, public comment?
Yes. I have an old-fashioned chart. I should have brought my laptop. And is the camera able to focus on this so that I can talk?
Let's move it over, Gia.
Can you focus on that?
Well, it's just an L, so.
We'll follow you, Ellen, if you're close
Yeah,
to
once
it.
you start talking, it'll.
Yeah, you'll have to speak up because this is the only mic we have.
Okay, I'll talk loud. I'm Ellen Anderson, I live in Aspen Village, and just as a little background, I was the emergency management coordinator here from 2003 to 2011. I'm speaking now as a citizen. Number one common ground is safety in the ground and on the air. You've done a lot about the air, I'm talking about on the ground, and specifically the ultrafine particles that Amory alluded to. These are the tiniest particles being measured at other airports, like Boston, but Pitkin County won't allow them to be measured here. They refuse to let us measure them. Ultrafines kill as surely as a fiery plane crash. It just takes longer. Larger, heavier planes and greater numbers of aircraft will make ultrafines worse. It's the laws of physics. Here's a chart. Amory alluded to the fact that Aspen Fly-Rite and friends now are measuring ultrafines. This is only 48 hours. We've just started, but we have started and we're going to go for 6 months. You cannot draw conclusions from 2 days, but I want to show you a trend. This is the number of nanoparticles, ultrafines, per cubic centimeter, and this is date and time. I've taken the date and time off because I don't want you to know, quite frankly. But what's important is the green stripes are when the airport is closed. The white is when the airport is open. You can see when the airport closes, the number of ultrafine particles plummets. When the airport opens, they go back up. This is real. It was 2 days in the last 10 days. This red line is what the World Health Organization has defined as you shouldn't go above this line. That's their danger limit. And you can see just at Aspen Airport, in the off season, not that much traffic, they're up to 50,000. That's 3 times more than it should be. People, we have a problem, a deadly problem. you cannot make the problem worse until you know what it is now. It's unconscionable. We must measure and know what the situation is now. And the only way to do that is to measure. We're doing it, the county's not. So you cannot make a decision whether to go forward and make it worse until you know what it is now. Two last quick points. There is a major ongoing class action lawsuit against Seattle Tacoma, alleging that the aviation pollutants, including heavy metals and particulate matter, contaminate neighborhoods within a 5-mile radius. The suit seeks damages for health issues like cancer and respiratory diseases. Meanwhile, our neighborhoods, Burlingame, North 40, Truscott, Harmony Place, are a ½ a mile off the end of the runway. And we don't know what they're breathing. I just want to say my sources of information include many recent peer-reviewed scientific articles published since 2020, since Common Ground, plus physicists, engineers, and especially 2 scientists with PhDs in atmospheric chemistry from MIT. They're heavy hitters. And they are eager to join a work session here in Aspen to educate everybody about ground air pollution at Aspen Airport. But Pitkin County, even though they had a work session allegedly or scheduled, postponed it, and then canceled it. It has the appearance they don't want to talk about ultrafine particles. I only get 3 minutes, and thank you for your attention, but if you want more information, get in touch with me. Ellen35@comcast.net, ELLEN35@comcast.net, and I will send you recent studies about morbidity rates around airports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Anyone else? Public comment, sir?
Guess I'll pick this one. My name is Jim Petrie. I'm a resident of the North 40 subdivision. I was on the airport design committee, whatever it was, in 2019 on the technical side. So I have a lot of this information. I've worked in the valley for a long time, either for Harry Teague or CCY in the past. I'm mainly talking about the North 40. And we've been enjoying fumes coming across the highway for about 25 years since we built our house. On busy weekends, the amount of fumes coming across are really pretty toxic. It started out back in 2001, it wasn't so bad, but as the more of the bigger jets have come in, particularly on the Atlantic aviation side, it's become quite bad. And with the introduction of these the knowledge of these fine particles being included with those exhaust fumes that have been coming across, it does raise a lot of alarms for our neighborhood. The blast wall looks significant, being 20 feet high. I wonder what's going to happen when somebody fires up their engines and the backwash coming off that wall back into the FBO property. I see that as being objectionable. One of the comments we made during when I was on the airport committee was turning the aircraft at Atlantic Aviation's 90 degrees so that they were blowing mainly in the direction of the runway. And it seems like that would be less impactful on the neighborhoods that are surrounding it. And it worries me a little bit that the noise has not been that big a problem for our neighborhood, particularly since the G3 aircraft have kind of gone by the wayside. They were the noisiest ones. The G5s have been much more quiet, and I would assume that the 650s and the 700s, which will be coming in, will have a similar sound footprint as those. But that doesn't address necessarily the particles that might be being distributed by those airplanes. And I would just like to make sure that as you go forward with this design, if you find that some of these mitigation things like the sound wall isn't necessarily effective for these things, that we've got some wiggle room that you can change some of the design and correct it in the future.
What are you basing your premise on that the 600s would be quieter?
Well, with the engine technology that's come out in the last few years, certainly a 737-900 series with the engines they're running right now, they are definitely quieter than what 737s have been in the past. And I would imagine that the 700s and the 650s are using the state-of-the-art engine technology in them. And in the future, that seems to be the trend in the industry, that the engines are getting quieter and quieter as we go along.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming, thanks for waiting.
Thank you for letting me speak.
All right. Any further commissioner questions, comments, thoughts? Or how to proceed?
Hey Zach, is there anybody else online that wants to make a public comment?
Oh,
Yeah, no one has raised their hand.
okay, then I'm gonna close public comment and throw it back to the commissioners.
I thought something that Tim Malloy wrote in the local entitlement history in his letter here was pretty telling. He says the pre-2011 approvals also established a baseline set of approved master plans, site plans, and operating restrictions that later decisions were built on, and a record of findings and conditions that still carry forward as community expectations or operational commitments. He says that, you know, with the new LNE, because it was when it changed from having to go through growth management and all those other things, it doesn't apply. I think that his comment that the community expectations and operational commitments, you know, it's a very telling statement Tim put in his letter here to us. And he was promoting the expansion.
I guess my big thing is that it sounds like the terminal itself isn't really gonna increase air traffic, people that much. I mean, if, you know, there's like the design part of it that says it can't really grow that much, but I feel like the bigger runway is just gonna be the problem that brings in so many more big jets that might be quieter, might have more pollution, might be because they're newer and more efficient, so they're less pollution. But, you know, the air pollution thing and the noise, I just feel like they both need to be studied. We need to kind of know what's going on and what can we do to mitigate it. I mean, obviously the sound wall will certainly help for the sound in our neighborhood, but it's not really that noisy. I live out in North Forty as well. It's not really that noisy. The noise isn't something that really bothers you. I can sit outside and have a conversation on my porch. I cannot sit outside without stopping the conversation of my neighbor's porch who lives at W/J. If we're sitting out on his porch and a plane takes off, conversation stops for a moment till the plane gets further away and then we resume. But the particulate is probably way worse for not only us, but God, I think about that lumberyard housing, and I know that's not in the county, and we don't have anything to do with it. It's a city project, but I walked a lot more this winter because the skiing wasn't as good and there was no cross-country skiing. Wasn't a lot of cross-country skiing this winter. And that stretch between Mountain Rescue and when you get to Harmony Road is just toxic. And the trail down to the river was really snowy, and the backside of Deer Hill was icy and kind of crappy, so I walked it a lot, and I would take a buff every time and just cover my mouth and nose, because with the planes taking off, the way they circle around to get to the runway, they're blasting a pretty good shot of their exhaust right in that area. And I just thought, wow, this is not a good place for more housing, so, because of the air quality. observations.
I'm trying to wait you out. See what you have to say, because you're a wise person.
If I had my druthers, I would continue this so that we could have an opportunity to absorb some of the information that we've received and not make a rushed decision. That's generally my take. I think that there's some positive, attempts to, kind of bandage up, what I'm not frankly in favor of. Bigger airport, more aircraft, bigger aircraft, more traffic. But I guess here we are. The county is pretty well committed to this. They passed a bond issue on it that, went to a vote. So it seems somewhat inevitable, and here we are with our little location and extent scope to evaluate what is gonna be, in my view, a major impact on what used to be a kind of a small, quaint little town that's now turned into, big city. So, just kind of torn on where things are going. It's not just this, there's obviously other things that we talked about at P and Z. So I think it's, I'd like to have more time, to think about it, to look at the master plan a little bit more carefully.
And you,
Yeah.
Not looking at me. I think somebody said it with regard to the nanoparticles, that the study should be undertaken to set a benchmark, and that's what a Part 150 study is for noise, to set a benchmark. As I said before, I feel that's necessary for us to do our job in surrounding neighborhoods, all the way up out into Woody Creek, and also, North 40, anything else we opine upon, because it just sets the contours for zoning and land use. And I'd like to know what those boundaries are intended to be. I'd like to know how we intend to defend those boundaries, whether or not the boundaries today are truly the boundaries that we intend there to be, with that differentiation between the 55 decibel limit on noise in our county code versus the 65 NFAA. I just have a lot of questions that I really want to give this more thought and have more information before I can come to a conclusion. Certainly a new terminal building is necessary. It's reached the end of its life. We need to rebuild something there. But it's a matter of what we intend that commercial operation to be, and its appropriate scale and scope, and to size the new terminal appropriately for that desired size of the commercial operation.
well, I, for one reason, I would like to put off or extend the public hearing and this process. I made some notes as I was preparing for this meeting, and they might help tell you why. Last weekend, in an indirect conversation of sorts, I realized that we can only get the right answers if we ask the right questions, and that can be a problem. I've also realized that this review is the one that we need to protect citizens of our community. Not only is the location the right question to ask, is this the right location? Is the right question to ask, but also we need to address, and I think this is even more important, the extent of what is being applied for. With extent defined as physical size, intensity, and scope of development. And intensity, that coming to mind reminded me again that that was a core principle for the growth committee. They said it's not just the construction that's going on, it's not just the traffic that's bothering us, it's not just the noise, it's not just the pollution that we get, it's the intensity of all of those things put together. Thus, the white paper on intensity was done, and I thought that was a remarkable document. It helped us nail down finally, what is it that's bothering us so much, and why are all of us so bothered about what's going on around us? It's the intensity, and I'm concerned about that at the airport. In terms of intensity, I asked myself today, can our emergency services handle resulting injuries and treatment if there's a crash of a larger plane? And it seems to me that they have told, we have a 26-bed hospital, and that includes 16 rooms in the emergency department. 26. When I moved here in '78, it was the same hospital, smaller, and there were 52 rooms, beds. But can we handle that if we need to? Can our directly affected caucus areas handle more impacts, noise or air quality effects, more intensity in general? And what we're hearing from them is, and the master plan sections that were pulled out that were, I thought, excellent, says, no, stop. Let me breathe, let me rest, let me catch up on the mental health effects of the intensity that I feel from the airport all of the time. I don't believe that we know what the current air quality and health hazards are. I don't think that our measurements give us the current baseline that we need to move forward, even at this level. Maybe the commissioners are headlong to move ahead, but that doesn't mean that I am, or that this commission is. And they have asked, or the system asked us the question, when you review it, is the location appropriate and is the extent appropriate? To handle these ongoing physical and mental health hazards, I think we need better data. And now we know from Ellen and from Amory Lovins that there is some better data being assembled. And that we have not, I don't know why. I was on the joint city-county air quality board in the 80s when we passed the no smoking ordinance and when we passed the dirty burning wood stove ordinance and the no new dirty burning fireplaces. And that hammered into me a lot about the carcinogens that were involved with wood smoke, for instance. And I can't forget those things. It's a bell that cannot be unrung for me. And now we learn about nanoparticles. I don't understand, for instance, why the county is not measuring those. Or why I don't know, I think as Ellen put it, they won't measure them. I've never asked them to. I bet nobody else at this table has ever asked them to. But now that we know they exist, that's another bell we can't unring. I believe that the current terminal is detrimental to the well-being of airport work staff. Does that mean we need a larger terminal, or do we need to improve smaller things within this terminal? And back to the question that I've asked several times tonight, when do we stop? I mean, at what point do you say your allowance is big enough? You know, you can't come in that late anymore. That's it. You come in at 12 o'clock, or you come in at 11 o'clock. It's not, you come in at 11 or 12 most nights, and then other nights you come in at 1 o'clock in the morning, and no, you're not going to do that. At what point do we say, how will we know when we outgrow what is being proposed? What alarm is going to be set off? We're just gonna do it again. We can't help ourselves, it seems. And we don't know when we cross those lines. But now we have a chance to draw a line again. My thoughts this afternoon after reading all of this was what we teach our children about getting lost along the way, that instead of continuing to move forward, you realize that you're lost and you've overdone it or you've taken the wrong path, you hug a tree. Stay still. Just stay right there until somebody else can come along with information that can help you to move ahead. This was alarming to me. The Environmental Health Department stated in its referral comments, in quotes, "This is a fast-moving project with a number of moving parts and unknown information." But, you know, how can you go forward from that? Our Environmental Health Department even knows we don't know enough, or they're not presenting it to us yet, and I want to see it before I could say, yes, I approve this L&E. That's the last department I can think of that I want mentioning that it has unknown, there's unknown information. And then we have somebody from the public and someone like Amory Lovins. I mean, he didn't earn that MacArthur grant by having a poorly functioning brain. So I think we should continue to hear him. I think when he shouts, "You've gone too far," stop, that we should consider doing that. So if I was asked tonight, do you approve the extent? I would say no. But I don't know that we're taking that vote. And overarching all of that, I think basing something as critical as this, as life-changing, health-changing, as this could be, we have to use, I mean, think of how many people worked, how many hours to come up with this, and we are at its doorstep. If I don't know, Joe, if you brought up the issue of the development outside of the urban growth boundaries of small pockets of affordable housing. And so what we decided last time was lift that portion out of this, so because this needs to go forward. So much work has gone into it. It's based largely on looking at growth and development through the lens of climate change. This is the lens through which this has to be passed first for me to say, I just can't approve something that is based on something that was adopted in 2012, because we have all of this new information. So that's where I stand.
So what we're being asked tonight is basically location and extent. Our board's being asked is, does this plan match the land use philosophy of the WAMP 2012 plan, the WAMP corridor? WAMP is basically a scenic and visual character document, right? It's designed to preserve visual elements, environmental elements, all all these different things within that corridor. And I saw, I saw sort of, I have about twice as many questions now as when I came into this, right? And it's, in the WOMP document says that these developments, and it's quote, like limited to airport uses, right? And then what I see is like a transportation center, I see this doubling the parking, and I see all these different transit nodes, this car compound, stormwater, batch plant, 140,000 square feet, 3 stories, and yeah, all the argument can be made that like all that's tied to airport development. It doesn't feel like it. And then the main thing that I have is that WOMP documents keep encouraging us to, or keep encouraging lower buildings, berming, lower visual impact. And they, in the document, and it's interesting because what I'm reading is that that's not feasible due to like design and runway grade, and there's design elements that are making a lower building or building of less impact unfeasible. And I think that's just a design choice, like not an impossibility. In the documents they reference like the Bozeman Airport and the Jackson Hole Airport, how they did it. They were I've flown into both of those airports a ton, and I pulled up photos of what the Jackson Hole Airport looks like, and it's 1 story, it's beautiful, right? Like, and it's like 110,000 square feet, but it's 100, you know, it's 1 story, there's log, there's glass, it represents the place that it is, and I got to see renderings of the FBO, which was beautiful, and it was low, it was properly scaled, it showed elements of like design elements that I appreciate, but I didn't get to see any renderings or designs of what the airport's actually gonna look like, and it makes it really tough to make a decision on a visual character document when you don't get to see like renderings of what it's gonna look like from 82, or renderings of what it's gonna look like as you're driving from 82 or approaching the building. So we have this thing that's this 3-story thing, and I totally understand like the safety aspects of it, I'm all for. And I've been in these meetings, this was like 5 years ago, where they were talking, you know, about the water coming into the airport and how the concrete's not great, so if there's a fuel leak out there, the actual fuel will come into the airport. All that needs to be fixed, like, cause you can't have that. But there is a scale that this could be done at, where it sort of reflects the new goals of our county, like that we've been working on, and which is, you know, there's a scale that it can be done at that would, the location and extent would comply with the scenic and visual character of the WOMP documents, which is like what we're tasked with tonight. There's a lot of things we're talking about that we're not tasked with, but that's what we have on our table, and so that's all I got.
Well, we have the Aspen Area Comp Plan, right?
Yeah.
And although it's old, there's some of my notes from what the AACP says about the airport, right? That it you know, it treats the airport as an existing facility, and the impacts should be limited, not expanded, in order to drive growth. And, you know, it's again, it addresses environmental, noise, community impacts. And, you know, kind of one of the, at least my view of the AACP is one of the themes is that the airport shouldn't be expanded to increase, you know, visitors coming here or create growth pressures. Now, it may not be what's, you know, I mean, we're kind of stuck with the FAA, and federal law somewhat preempts what, you know, what we're doing here with our local law. And so the FAA probably has the right, to say we're gonna move the runway over, right? And, the FAA wants to have another FBO because they don't feel, it's like, whatever, free market competition, there's only space for one FBO now, so expenses are higher in theory because there's only, one game in town or whatever. But I don't, my view is if we're, talking about, location and extent and consistency with the AACP, I think it's consistent to move the runway over, but for all this add-on stuff that you just went through, I don't see that the AACP supports that.
I agree, I think, I totally understand the extension of the runway and the width of the runway based on the FAA regulations, like class 2, class 3, and how we can't be a class 2 with an add-on or whatever, that's all fine. But does the FAA is not telling us we need to have a 3-story tall with a jet bridge. Like, everybody can walk out to their plane, it's sort of a nice little thing, you're like, welcome to Aspen, go walk to your plane. We don't need a 3-story thing, I mean, maybe we do, maybe that's like a new compliance thing that I don't know about, but there is some of this design with this airport that we can keep a little more quaint or within the, goals of our community, right?
And the other thing, I guess, that, again, maybe I'm kind of repeating myself, is I don't see that the AACP really is something that, encourages additional tourism, additional second home demand, and so on. It's a limiting document, if anything, in terms of, I was on the AACP. And it was a 3-year process. It was a combination of the county and the city working together to develop that plan. I don't know, it's challenging stuff, but.
And I've said it all night, that we talk about decreasing and making cars not as important. And yet everything we're doing is making more cars, more people, more coverage of the open space out there, bigger buildings. It's not following the WAMP, it's not following the AACP, it's county commissioners have pushed it through and maybe the FAA or whatever, but it's not following what I understand the Aspen Area Community Plan and what I know the community voted for it, but there's nothing in it that really matches what we're tasked with. It's bigger, it's more. It's not matching what our controlling documents are telling us.
So I guess I'd entertain a motion to extend this meeting to a date.
No, does staff have any comments, or, I don't wanna throw it back on you guys, right? I mean, we're gonna make the decisions, and we're,
it's 8, so.
I have some procedural suggestions that
Sure.
I'm not gonna try and respond to. And most of it I can't respond to, I mean, a lot of it's airport stuff that that's not, I don't live in that world that most of these folks are living in. But procedurally, I mean, Joe, right, what you're charged with is conformance with the master plans that we've spoken about, the AACP, the WAMP. And there's Suzanne's on the camp, let's just put it off till we have a comp plan. Again, I think similar to any land use application, it was submitted, it's being reviewed under the plans in effect at this time. I don't think it's appropriate to say, I understand, we put a lot of time into it.
Right.
But that to push it off, to try and push it behind that, and then say, now we're gonna review it based on that. So I understand, but I'd say, moving forward, either, right, if you wanna make a motion, your findings are, it's either in conformance or not in conformance. I think, Joe, like you were saying, it could be, there are 3 elements to this project. Do you find some in conformance with either of those plans, some not in conformance? I mean, again, it could, I think, split that way. Either way, right, I mean, that's, I think, is there anything to help with there? Obviously, right, you do have the option to continue it, to get more information, whatever that might be. I'd say at that point, I think, right, I'd wanna know going forward, what would we try and accomplish at that meeting? What additional would you need? There's a lot of technical aspects of the airport that I think go beyond, the review here. I think if you were looking to find not conformance, again, a different, your sense of extent, again, I think we'd be looking for some more direction in terms of your findings, which might require coming back with that resolution to reflect whatever your decision is. But I think getting at least, knowing tonight, sort of walking away, even if it's a continuance, kind of where you're headed, so we know what we're trying to prepare for you for the next time.
Well, I think that's a really good point, that we have, at least 3 components of this.
Yep.
And so, based on that, I guess I'm not prepared to say, to make a decision tonight. I think that it may make sense to continue this and, continue the public hearing. And,
It seems to me though that to continue it, we're gonna need to continue it as 3 pieces, because I think that what I'm hearing is that the airside, if the FAA is gonna force the airside side, then we have less control. The other pieces, and then it comes back to continuing to bigger, wider, more asphalt, more pavement, more everything, we're covering open space the whole time. That's a problem for me, but I guess if the FAA forces it. But the other 2 pieces,
But what did you say, but I guess if you have.
if the FAA is gonna make us do it, which is what we've been told, then that's one piece, that's the airside piece.
But what are they gonna make us do?
What are they gonna-
That is that they're gonna make
Yeah,
us do
maybe we
the
need-
runway thing, and we need
Yeah.
more details
well,
about it.
maybe we need more input on
Yeah.
that, because I don't know, I mean, I don't wanna, put staff on the hook because I know they're overwhelmed with work and projects and stuff. But I'd like to have a better understanding about what can the FAA do? And is it really just, we can cut funding and we're not gonna fund this? Unless you, whatever, I know one of the major issues is the distance between the taxiway and the runway. And that's a safety issue. And I think that's a legitimate issue. But maybe we need to have more input in terms of, what do we have to do?
There are
Right,
some
what-
things
yeah.
like safety
We don't have
things,
any say over it.
taxiway stuff and length and width of runway that the FAA is making us do, and that's one component of that. And that seems to be something that I don't wanna speak for the board, but that we, there are some things we may or may not have a problem, but there's other things in this that are pertinent to location and extent in compliance with the WAMP plan that I'm sure of, the FAA has no input in at all, and knowing what that is and what that isn't would be helpful.
But they aren't, the question is not being put to the FAA. The question is being put to us. What do you think about location and extent of this project as it's presented?
Right.
And,
But I think we probably have to break it into 3 parts. Rye, did you wanna say, you look like you wanted to say something?
Great conversation.
Well,
But I know that the county, like the resurfacing, right, just the resurfacing that's gonna happen in this next month or so, that was somehow tied into the FAA. The FAA was like, well, we're not gonna fund this resurfacing unless you do, X, Y, and Z, but I'm not sure what
They're
X, Y,
still
and Z
not,
was.
they're not funding this, this
They're
is
not?
just maintenance because the runway's falling apart. But, can we move the runway over without widening it so that we don't attract bigger planes? Is that an option?
Well, no, cause part of the width is the wingspan, which gets us from everyone in this room, correct me if I'm wrong. But it needs to be wider because the wingspan of the newer, that's what gets us from a class 2 to class 3, but that's not something.
Why do we wanna be class 3?
Well, that's a whole different conversation, right? And that's new aircraft equipment, and that's a new equipment matrix with newer planes that maybe are more fuel efficient and wider and fit more people, I don't know. But that doesn't fall under our purview.
Right.
But there's some stuff like safety stuff with the runway and FAA stuff that, yeah, we need it separated out so we know what's mandated, what's not, and what is a design decision that applies to, it does the design decisions apply, because the width of the runway has nothing to do with MOP or you know,
Well, I would
I mean,
disagree.
Other than
I would disagree.
it's affecting the
Well,
environment.
Yeah, follow on
okay, well
effects
then,
of
yeah,
wide
sure,
runway.
and then, but you know, I guess we need to know how it all separates out.
So it seems to me we keep coming back to what is the question? And I think the question is, does the Planning and Zoning Commission think that the location of this, we don't have much choice about it, I mean, the lake.
Yeah, in the game.
Yeah, to say no,
Move
that's
the
not the right
airplane.
location, yeah, or maybe it would be move it to Rifle. Yeah, we decided the location isn't good
Right.
at all. But the extent question, I think that we can answer no matter whether the FAA likes it or not. Do we think that the extent to which this goes, the intensity that it involves, that we should say yes or no to? And then if we said no, it doesn't pass the location and extent review,
Then what?
what happens next?
So if the board finds this board finds all or a component of the project to not be in conformance with the master plans that we've talked about here tonight, the next step is it would go to the Board of County Commissioners to overrule that decision or not. The board would surely take into consideration the recommendation and the findings of this board and make a decision on that basis. The BOCC could take a number of actions based on what the board does tonight, modify the project, continue as is, not pursue the project at all, I suppose. So those are all options that could flow from this board making a decision to deny some or find that some or all of the project is not in conformance with the applicable master plan. Then it would be back on the BOCC to either move ahead in the face of those findings from this board or to reevaluate the project in some way.
I think we ought to continue it personally so that we can look at this in more detail in terms of, you know, three major components of it. Ultimately, we're just a recommending body to the Board of County Commissioners, and the commissioners can decide what they wanna do, but I think it would be helpful for them if we had, you know, put a little more time into analyzing, you know, what are the key components, what's like absolutely required by the FAA, what's optional, you know, and making our decision.
I saw that it's scheduled for the BOCC a week from today, so if we continue, they can still decide to move forward if they wanna move forward anyway, I mean, is that?
Well, you are the decision making body on this, well, let's be clear on where we are.
So we have to.
We're just making a
make-
recommendation, you don't have to.
No, that is not correct.
Okay.
So you are not just making a recommendation on this application. The Planning and Zoning Commission is the decision-making body on this application. Then there is a follow-up statutory process where the BOCC could essentially overrule what the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision would be tonight. But if you contrast it and look at it the other way, meaning if you were to find that the location and extent review application was in conformance with the applicable master plans, building permits could flow from that decision.
Without a,
If you make your approval of the location and extent review application would be the land use approval from which the development would proceed. If you find that it is not in conformance with the master planning process or the applicable master plans, then it is on the BOCC to essentially override that decision and move ahead in the face of that denial from this board.
but it's not like some of your other decisions that are more of a recommendation. You are the decision-making body on the application here.
So if the BOCC overrides our decision, then do the land use permits flow from their decision to override us? And then
Yes.
that's where okay.
Is that because, we're not a recommending body, we're a deciding body? Because under state statute, planning commissions are obligated to adopt master plans.
Correct.
And so we're interpreting the master plans as applied to this project.
Correct, and it's the state statutory scheme as well as the land use code that has been adopted based on that statutory scheme. So those are the paths forward. There could be a continued iterative process between the BOCC and this board, I suppose, if there was a desire to do that. I would think,
Like a joint meeting or something
I
like that?
would think that, I don't think you'd be looking at a joint meeting, but I would assume that if there is some kind of, let's say you found that a portion of the plan was not in conformance with the master plan, maybe the board would consider that, and instead of moving ahead with that aspect of the plan, direct staff and
Work
to-
session or something like that.
to change an aspect of the plan to potentially bring it into conformance or alignment with what this board found to be objectionable with respect to the master plan in question. So I suppose that's a possibility as well. Whether the FAA mandates something or not, you all could still find out the project is not in conformance with the master plan, even if there's a mandate from some higher authority. So you have that opportunity. Whether the BOCC then considers whether the FAA is mandating that aspect of the plan and decides to move forward based on that mandate rather than this board's determination that that aspect of the plan is in conformance with an applicable master plan standard. That's a little bit of the tension that you're feeling here, but you know, it wouldn't prevent it simply because something's required by the FAA. Doesn't mean the board can't say, well, we still don't think this is in conformance with the master plan.
So I think that we should do our job. I think I can understand needing more time, it's complex. Needing more time to be more detailed about how it does or does not comply with the master plan. And I'm gonna have to get over that we stay up to date. But I can still find ways to use what is said in this document to make my decision. You don't have to know it.
But I also think,
You pull out the AACP.
that's what I was gonna say,
That's-
the AACP and the WOMP still have issues.
Yeah.
There's still
Yeah.
issues in those plans that aren't being met by this proposal.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't have to, alright, so we have, if someone wants to make a motion to extend this meeting to a future date to be named
I'd
in the
rather
future,
make a motion to deny.
alright, there we go.
I don't think it meets the AACP or the WOMP.
Alright, so Doug has made a motion to deny,
So they'll just clarify, it's defined it not in conformance.
define it not in conformance with
Just be
location and extent, sorry. So Doug has made a motion to, that this does not comply with, or what's the language you just used, Suzanne?
Not in conformance.
Not in conformance. Do we have a second?
Can I have a question first?
Oh, please.
Is it in order? Then how detailed do we need to be about why? Because I don't think we're gonna have clear thinking about the details of it tonight, even if we make a decision.
Well, let's back up a second. So Joe, did you second the motion?
I was gonna second and then I was gonna follow on with discussion of a similar point.
You can discuss the
Okay.
motion.
We'll
Well, I
The
think
question
there's
was
a-
how detailed.
Yeah,
do
sure,
our
I mean, I think
findings
you
have
would
to
want to be as detailed as possible for two reasons. One is you want to articulate the basis upon which you're denying the application or finding it not in conformance, so that staff can draft up a reasonably articulated basis for that. The second part is to the extent, and this is more of a towards that iterative process that maybe you may or may not think you're able to have with the BOCC. It may help to define, it may be helpful to the BOCC for you all to define why you don't think it's in conformance. If you simply state it's not in conformance because we don't like it, the board will say, well, why? So to the extent that you're trying to move this conversation to the BOCC in a way that's helpful to them in considering how you all considered the application in your function as the Planning and Zoning Commission, I think it would be helpful for you all. You may not have to, but it's a good idea to define why you do not believe it's in conformance with the law or the Aspen area community.
Well, and that's why I would be in favor of continuing this, right? Rather than, because we make a decision and it doesn't have enough detail, it's not convincing enough to the BOCC, they can just decide to go ahead.
So you're not saying do it tonight?
I think it would behoove us all to take a deeper dive into the AACP and, look at, consider what's been presented, split these parts up, split some of this stuff apart in terms of what's, required or what, the FAA, whatever is gonna, I think it's important to keep in mind that we do wanna get the money from the federal government for the airport, right? And that's an important asset for the county. But also, there's a lot of other, wouldn't call it frills, but there's other, things that have now been packaged in this whole thing and kind of separate this out. We act now and we don't have, what is 820, we don't have, really good detail in terms of, well, we like this part, but we didn't like this part. And, it's just gonna move forward to the BOCC. And, nothing against the BOCC, but at this point, they're planning on doing this work, Got a bond issue out there that passed, and I would think the probability is that they'll be, well, thanks P and Z, we'll take some of this stuff into account, and then, let's move forward.
But I can live with that. I could not live with saying, because the FAA is saying something right now.
Yeah.
Because they require this and they require that, I just might as well go ahead.
I think we can have a more tailored, more bespoke type, resolution with the BOCC if we spend a little more time, whatever. I don't know what's on the agenda for next week. This is something that's gonna impact, this county for decades. And, a week,
I think
2 weeks.
I think Joe's point is really good, is, which I missed, but in just denying it and saying no, right, whatever the language was, is not as good as coming out with a statement that says, this is why we object to, the L&E specifics. And I think that each of us individually need to come up with those items, so that when we reconvene, we have an ability to, whether we present it to or not, but we have an ability to enunciate why we don't feel like this plan meets the existing plan. We can't use the new plan as much as.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want us to just throw the whole plan in. I think we need to look at all of the elements of the plan and evaluate them separately. I mean, I think what Suzanne said was really important. There's kind of three pieces of this at least.
Yeah, a more refined, concise
Right.
vision of why and how.
Yeah, and then we might find, well, this part is okay, but this part we don't agree with for X, Y, and Z reasons, and maybe this part's in the middle or whatever.
All right, so let me try this.
So
We have
I
a motion on the
remove- I
floor
remove my motion or whatever I
from
do.
Doug to find the
He
application
withdrew his
non-conforming.
motion.
And the second from Joe, and that motion has been removed. And then Joe Kraybacher, would you care to make a motion to extend?
Well, let me ask
the
staff
meeting to-
what they think is gonna make sense, and, because they, they're gonna have some work to be done, in terms of
So,
Well, I can
openings.
read her mind if she's decided to become a shepherd.
funny enough, I'm getting on
Just
an
walk
airplane tomorrow.
Walk the fields.
Yeah.
Wasn't Sunday was the Good Shepherd, right?
Yeah.
Did Sunday, the Good Shepherd already,
I think, given all that you have on your agendas, I think I'm looking at May 5th. We'd have to probably bump the other item that's on there and need to continue it to give you all enough time to have this conversation to create a resolution.
is May fifth, the master plan? Is that what continued to May fifth?
No, that's May 12th. Right now, we have a growth management additional
Competition.
floor area competition.
So, I have a question. By us making this decision and pivoting this meeting and extending it to May, whatever, are we hoping or asking or wondering if the VOCC will then table their decision and move it to a date in the future, or that's,
Well, they
that's not.
can't act, if I understand what Ryan was saying, they can't act until we make a decision.
So if then they're on our timeline a little bit.
I don't think that's.
You're not
accurate,
on
but-
you're not on an
Right.
unlimited timeline,
Okay.
but you do have the ability to continue this with direction from staff and make a decision on the application.
Which would bump the VOCC's agenda item next week.
Theoretically, but the BOCC's agenda item was premised on the idea that perhaps you would
Make a decision
make a
tonight.
decision that that agenda item wouldn't take place if this board granted the location and extent review application. So to some extent, that was a placeholder in the event that there was a decision tonight to deny some or all of a portion of the plan. The decision hasn't been made. Now, you couldn't indefinitely continue it, because at some point the application's entitled to be reviewed.
Right.
But,
Do you think we're in jeopardy for, I don't know, Suzanne, that's 3 weeks out? Is there any possibility we could get it on for 2 weeks from now?
We have Phillips in front of you on the 21st. We don't have anything scheduled on the 14th or the 28th.
We could vote down Phillips tonight.
You're all
Just knock them out.
You're welcome to proceed without me. I'm gonna be out of town the next couple of weeks, so, I don't wanna say the 5th was picked based on that, but, right, there's a reality of staff work will. My compatriot here. Again, if you all wanted to pull it up and set a special meeting for next week and come back and have this conversation to create your findings. Again, I'm not sure that's a staff act, us, we want you to come to the table, I think, and tell us what it is you want us to put into a resolution. So again,
What's the
that
date next week?
14.
I'll be here next week, but then I'm gone the next 3 weeks.
Nobody's going anywhere.
certainly not.
Airport's gonna be closed.
I'm not flying, no, but I've got
All right,
I've got a permit that I've been trying to get for 15 years.
let's do a count for next Tuesday,
Next Tuesday, and the date is
The 14th.
the 14th. So we can keep this moving. Is that?
I'm not sure staff can, do we need another memo from staff or anything? What?
My take from your conversation at this point is, we're still looking for the direction from you on what that
Okay, so we
resolution's
don't,
gonna look like.
I require you guys to put.
I don't know that
And what
there's
else is on
anything,
the agenda for next week?
there's nothing on next week, because we'd be setting a special meeting.
Why not?
Let's do it.
That's good.
So, Joe, you wanna make a motion to extend this meeting to the 14th? to next
Okay,
Tuesday?
yeah, so I'll make a motion that, Planning and Zoning Commission, continue the public hearing and, continue the location and extent review of the Aspen Airport until April 14th, and we'll set a special meeting. We don't need to publish any new notices or anything, right?
No.
Because we're just
Do we wanna
extending
ask
the
them?
public
Do
hearing.
we wanna ask the applicants to bring us any additional information or anything?
I don't know, they even need to show up? Just kidding.
I second.
Alright. Sorry, it's good.
We have a
to
motion
know.
from Joe, a second from Debbie, I'm gonna call a vote, to extend the meeting. Doug?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Debbie? I vote yes.
Joe, yes.
Yes, alright, meeting's extended. I guess our final question is, do we have, I mean, I don't know.
What are you thinking about?
Well,
We should offer these folks the opportunity, I mean, I hate to just, you
I'm
know,
thinking about what's reasonable
them
to
to-
ask them within 1 week
to do,
to like provide. I mean, I think it's reasonable to ask for what the FAA is, I think that information and to triage it for us, where we just have the 3 different items triaged and what the FAA is mandating, or
We don't have to know that, do we?
we,
No,
I think it'd be
it would be nice to know.
I think staff heard quite a bit of it, well, I certainly heard, and I'm sure that the other folks sitting here heard some of
Yeah.
the additional information that might help the board make a decision. I have a list of things that would help clarify the next meeting that I can work with staff on, and we can bring that back. I don't know if Suzanne, you feel if you need some additional direction, or GR from Planning and Zoning Commission, sorry, you're not on the Planning and Zoning Commission yet. But
Just from our perspective, we had a lot of answers to questions that came up through that conversation, kind of baked in. Because of the amount of meat on the bone through that, I likely glossed over a lot of that. I also glossed over a lot of that process from the Common Ground recommendations that litigated very extensively what is gonna be, preemptively decided through FAA standard. So there's a lot of answers to questions that I know that we have, so I feel like what we can do is section this out a little bit more, parse it out a little bit more, and put it into their buckets, maybe, and have the conversation around airfields, terminal, and FBO to help concentrate those thoughts. We've taken a copious amount of notes on what that conversation has been, so that we prepared the presentation to try to get through some of the questions in the AACP and the WOM. And that's how we prepared for that. I think we can fine tune a lot of that now, based on the commission's conversation.
If there can be a written summary of some of that stuff that we have beforehand, so that, personally, if I can absorb it, I know it's a huge ask, it's a huge ask. But if we can see some of that stuff so that we can, understand it, as opposed to you presenting it to us in front of us, knowing where we all stand, especially, or where I stand, right? And I don't know if that, as I say, it's a huge ask, but.
And so a little bit of our difficulty is just trying to read a little bit of the tea leaves of what all that written summary is. We'll get as much information together as we can, as quickly as we can.
I understand.
Right, I want this clarified again. As I see it, the location and extent review that, and the demo that came with that, that's up to me as a P&Z commissioner to look at and say yes or no to eventually.
correct.
I think that it's inappropriate, and you tell me, is it necessary for me to know what the FAA is saying they will or will not do before I say the extent of it is okay or not?
You do not have to have that information to evaluate what's in the land use application right now and make a decision whether it's in conformance with the WAMP or not. There is no criteria or standard in the land use code that says if something is mandated by the federal government or some other third party, you must approve it or you must deny it. So that is not a criteria upon which you're basing review of the application. It may weigh on or provide some bearing on why portions of the application are designed the way they are. But as I said before, something could be required by the FAA or something, and this board applying the criteria in the land use code and the WAMP and the Aspen Area Community Plan could still find, okay, even though that's required, we still don't think it's in conformance with the applicable master plan.
I see. That's the way I'm leaning.
But it might be helpful for, for you to understand that, right? Because I think that as, you gotta look at the practicalities when this goes to the DOCC.
That's what the DOCC has to decide.
Yeah, but for us to have some influence on the outcome of the DOCC decision, I think we need to take into account, when I say the practicalities, I'm talking about the money, right? So, I think they're more likely to not follow what we're recommending or what we're deciding if we make a decision that like throws all the money out the window and we don't get, whatever.
Not looking at the whole picture.
Maybe the money's not money we want.
Even though you are,
Well, it may not be the money we
Yeah.
want, but,
you're both right. Like, it's good to have more information, but also Suzanne, you're right as well. Like, you're being tasked with just saying whether the location and the extent of this project aligns with the land use philosophy of the 2012 plan or the LOC or the WAMP or whatever those documents are, whatever you wanna call it. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I make a motion to adjourn.
All right, we're done. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
when I moved to town in 1980, one of the first things I did was,
Sorry, you didn't have your name.
lawyer, law.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Came over here,